Good morning. Good morning. We have a full house this morning. Thank you for being here. This is our May 5th Planning Commission zoning hearing, and we're going to go ahead and get started. At this time, we do have a invocation from Reverend Dr. Ralph L. Thompson, Jr. If you could go ahead and make your way up here, Reverend, to our podium here. He's a senior pastor of Bethany United Methodist Church. So, Reverend, thank you for joining us, and please go ahead and share your invocation. Thank you.
Amen. Let us pray. Gracious and sovereign Lord, we come before you today with reverence and expectation, lifting up those entrusted with leadership over our county. You have appointed them for such a time as this. And we ask now that you would saturate their minds with your wisdom, steady their hearts with your peace, guide their hands with your righteousness. Lord, let your voice be louder than every competing agenda. Grant them discernment beyond data, insight beyond policy, and courage beyond pressure. Where decisions are complex, be their clarity. Where the path is unclear, be their light. You have called us to do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with you. So we pray that these commissioners would not merely legislate, but lead with a moral compass anchored in your truth. Let justice roll down in every policy they shape, justice that is fair, equity that is real, and opportunity that is accessible to all. Teach them, O God, to love mercy, not as weakness, but as strength. May compassion inform their conversations. May grace guide their governance. Let them see not just systems, but people, not just budgets, but burdens, not just outcomes, but lives. And Lord, keep them humble. In moments of success, guide them from pride. In seasons of challenge, guard them from despair. Remind them that authority is a stewardship, not a possession, and that they are accountable not only to the people, but to you. We ask that they never forget the least, the last, the lonely, and the left behind. Bring the faces of the overlooked before them. Trouble their comfort, whether vulnerable or ignored. Stir their spirits until no decision is made without considering those who cannot advocate for themselves. Let their leadership be marked by integrity, their collaboration marked by unity, and their service marked by sacrifice. And finally, Lord, we trust in your divine providence. Even when circumstances are uncertain, remind them that you are not. Order their steps, align their work with your will, and let their leadership become an instrument of your peace in our community. We speak wisdom over them. We speak justice through them. We speak mercy within them. We speak humility upon them. And we declare that under their leadership, this county will flourish, not just in prosperity, but in righteousness, in the name of the one who governs all things with truth and grace. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to ask you to please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Thank you. We have a few just still getting settled in. We'll go ahead and get it kicked off. I'd like to call our May 5th meeting to order, and I'll turn it over to John to walk us through the agenda.
And thank you, Madam Chair and Board. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When the case is called, we would ask that the applicant please stand and raise their hand to show that they are in attendance. After that, we're going to call to see if there's anyone here opposed to that specific case. We would also ask that the opposition please stand and raise their hand so that they can be counted for the official record. After recognizing both parties will be asked to come forward to be sworn in. The applicant will testify first, and then the opposition, if any, will testify second. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case of concerns. There's not a process to reserve your time or to rebut, so please convey all your information to the board within the 10-minute time period. Additionally, if there's more than one person who wishes to speak on the case, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side only gets 10 minutes in total, and you don't want to cover the same information over and over. After that, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion, they may ask one or more speakers to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. Then the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the matter at hand. There is one case on today's agenda which has been withdrawn without prejudice, and this case will not be heard today. That's rezoning case Z4 of 2026, Field Time Athletics LLC. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. There are a number of cases on today's agenda which have been held or continued, and these cases will not be heard either. First case is LUP 6 of 2026, Tasha Tolbert and Alicia Steele. This case was held by the Planning Commission until the July 7th, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So LUP 6 of 2026 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z12 of 2026, Dennis Tidwell. This case was continued by the staff until the June 2nd, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z12 of 2026 will not be heard today. Rezoning case Z13 of 2026, Presswick Companies. This case was continued by the staff until the June 2nd, 2026 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z13 of 2026 will not be heard today. Madam Chair and Board, I did get some late requests to continue two more cases. The applicant has requested a continuance for rezoning case Z1, Francisco J. Garcia Sanchez, until your June 2nd hearing date. So the staff would ask the board to continue Z1 until your June 2nd hearing date.
Okay, we need to make a motion for that, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
All right, have a second from Commissioner Dance. Any discussion? Call the question. And Z1 is continued, 5-0.
Okay. Next case is SLEP 6 of 2026, Wollaston Enterprises LLC. The applicant did request this case be continued, Madam Chair and Board, so the staff would ask the board to vote on this and continue this case until your June 2nd hearing.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to continue SLEP 6.
I'm not going to make that motion because so many people came today and took time off from work. So I think what we'll do is hear it and hold it if the applicant needs more time to make a further presentation.
Okay. Do we need to second, or do we need a motion to deny continuation for the case? Is that correct? Or what do we need to do for it?
It's on the agenda to be heard, so if the board does not want to continue it, we're just going to hear it where it's currently at.
Well, I mean, it is in District 1, so I would like to certainly go along with Commissioner Bloin's recommendation. So let's continue to keep it on the agenda.
All right. And before we begin the consent agenda, I do have a couple more announcements.
Okay?
First, I want to ask the folks in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on your cell phone. When they ring, it doesn't interfere with the broadcast presentations. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. Any information submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. And with that, Madam Chair and Board, I'm ready to start the consent agenda.
Please proceed.
Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for May 5th, 2026. First case on consent is rezoning case Z18 of 2026, Wadi Investments LLC. Request rezoning from GC to NRC for a flooring showroom with storage in land lot 733 of the 16th district. The property is located on the east side of Canton Road, south of Kurtz Road. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received March 5th, 2026, with variances noted in staff comments, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. Number two, property to be used for NRC uses and applicant's flooring showroom business only, with all storage being incidental to the permitted uses and within the building. Number three, no warehouse or wholesale trade as a primary use. Number four, Water and Sewer Division comments or recommendations. Number 5, Fire Department comments and recommendations. Number 6, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Number 7, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Number 8, Planning Division comments and recommendations. And number 9, no outdoor displays or outdoor storage. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z18? Okay, let the record show there is no one opposed. Next case on consent is LUP 11, Faust Properties LLC, request a temporary land use permit renewal for an auto broker in land lot 59 and 94 of the 20th District. The property is located on the south side of Shiloh Road and on the west side of I-75 east of Cherokee Street. The Planning Commission recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number 1, auto broker office use only. Number 2, no vehicles shown or exchanged on site. And number 3, no titles signed on site. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 11? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And that completes the consent agenda, Madam Chairman and Board.
All right, thank you very much, John. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Can we have a second from Commissioner Massey? Any discussion? Call the question. And it passes 5-0. Recommendation for approval of the consent agenda.
Okay. And let me see, moving into the held and continued cases. First case we're going to hear today is rezoning case Z10 of 2026. Racetrack Inc. requests a rezoning from PSC to NRC for a convenience food store with fuel sales in land lot 583 of the 16th District. The property is located at the northwest intersection of Bills Ferry Road and Ernest Bear Parkway. The applicant is present. All those opposed, please stand and raise your hands.
Madam Chair or John, can I just ask that we do the same with SLEP 6 since it's at the end of the calendar and some people may need to leave? Thanks.
Absolutely.
Can we also do a count for
29?
LUP
Okay.
10?
All right. Let the record show there's 29 people here opposed. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of Z10? Please stand and raise your hands. In support? So we have 2. Okay, let the record show there's 2 people in support. And we did get 2 more requests for early head counts. Can I get a show of people here who are in support of LUP 10 of 2026, McKeecher Memorial Methodist Church, Inc.? Please stand and raise your hands if you're in support of LUP 10. Okay, let the record show there's 54 people here in support of LUP 10. Can I also get a show of people here who are opposed to LUP 10? Please stand and raise your hand if you're opposed. Okay, let the record show there's 3 people opposed to LUP 10. And finally, for SLEP 6 of 2026, Wollaston Enterprises LLC. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to this case? Please stand and raise your hands. Okay, let the record show there's 8 people here opposed to SLEP 6. Can I also get a show of people here in support of SLEP 6? Please stand and raise your hands. Okay, let the record show there's none. Going back to racetrack, there were 29 opposed and 2 in support. The applicant is present. All those who want to address the board either for or against Z10, please come forward to be sworn in.
Okay, I think at this time, we've already, those that have been sworn in, I believe. Excuse me? Y'all have been sworn in, correct? Okay. If y'all just hold tight just a minute, we'll go ahead and hear from the applicant. Good morning. You have 10 minutes' time. Please go ahead and share your thoughts.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Planning Commission, I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of Racetrack in this application for rezoning that we heard last month and that was held to this month. The presentation and remarks to you today are going to really focus in on certain questions that were asked and that we were asked to answer, and which we have done so. And so I want to make sure we focus in on that, but also remind you as planning commissioners of a couple of other things that we believe also strongly support a case for approval of this application. Again, we're here at the property at the corner of Ernest Barrett Parkway and Bells Ferry. You see it right in the middle of your screen. It's a pink rectangle piece of property, zone PSC. That's Planned Shopping Center. That's a commercial category under Cobb County zoning ordinance that would allow a convenience store with fuel sales. Other than the fact that in the mid-1990s, Cobb County changed and amended its zoning ordinance. Now properties that are zoned PSC that are located within a neighborhood activity center must come back in for rezoning to move forward, but that rezoning has to be in compliance with your future land use plan. As you can see, this map shows you the surrounding zonings, but also shows you the surrounding future land use categories consisting of a CAC, as well as this particular property, which is in a neighborhood activity center. And again, I want to highlight and remind you as planning commissioners that this property, which is in the neighborhood activity center, is the only property in the neighborhood activity center that does not adjoin residential property. Also want to remind you of the site plan, in case we need to go back to it to answer any further questions that you may have. This is a site plan we've submitted on behalf of Racetrack. And I'll simply want to highlight a couple of things for you because we went over it in much more detail the last time. First, I want to highlight the road improvements that Racetrack has agreed to perform, including a full deceleration lane on Bells Ferry, as well as installation of an additional right-hand turn lane from Bells Ferry to Barrett Parkway, which is a road improvement that we are taking off the county's backs and doing on our dime so that it's not at the taxpayer's dime in terms of who is paying for that critical infrastructure upgrade. In addition, I want to also point out for you that this property and this plan has been designed and incorporated full landscape buffering along the street frontages, both Bells Ferry street frontages, as well as along Ernest Barrett Parkway frontages are called out landscape buffer and street enhancement requirements that we are meeting, as well as to the rear of this property, which is adjacent to the KinderCare, as yet another landscape buffer that we have called out and made sure that is going to be installed, even though that property is zoned commercial, not residential. And that property is zoned commercial as part of the Public's power center that's located to the rear of this property and adjacent. Just want to highlight those two items for you. Now turning to the questions that we want to answer for you that were asked of us at the conclusion of the last hearing. Again, the proximity to the schools. This property is across Bells Ferry from Bells Ferry Elementary School. I want to remind you again that that's not unusual to have a convenience store adjacent to or within very close proximity to a school. We provided to you and have identified 66 convenience stores that are within 500 feet of schools located in Cobb County, and that's because we stopped counting, and that was a list compiled by your professional staff. It includes 6 racetrack locations, one of which we're showing here, which is directly across the street from Milford Elementary School. The locations of all of these convenience stores, many of them received rezonings or variances or other business applications that were approved by the Cobb County Board of Commissioners to locate convenience stores within 500 feet of a school. There's no current Cobb County policy, ordinance, guideline, or recommendation which prohibits or discourages convenience stores from being located within 500 feet or located within any specified distance from a school. And finally, what we have demonstrated for you and what we've said over and over again and what we've informed the public of over and over again and what we've informed the school district of over and over again is that Racetrack is indeed a proven community partner with schools in their areas by providing needed support in every instance in which they're asked, and they've even offered over and over again to do that here and over again in other locations in which there's been a very successful corporate partnership with that particular school, and that would be certainly the case here. Further, to the point of the emissions, which became an issue and a question that was asked of us at the last hearing. What we have provided your staff are 2 reports. One, an independent engineer report by a professional engineer with PPM consultants who reviewed the emissions information of this location to determine is there environmental risk given its proximity to the schools. Further, we provided a separate report, which was an internal evaluation done by Racetrack with their environmental risk team that's part of their corporate team. Both of those reports were provided to your community staff. What I want to do, though, was highlight what I think are the great takeaways from those reports that were done. First, Racetrack at this location would use an onboard refueling vapor recovery system that captures 98% of the emissions during the fueling. Second, their Stage 1 enhanced vapor recovery system, which captures 98% of vapors during deliveries. Those are technologies that exist today that are employed by not only the newer vehicles since 2006, but also employed by Racetrack at their locations to capture those emissions and ensure that those are minimized. Secondly, what the reports did find and note was that there's only an incremental contribution of emissions which is just a small percentage compared to the existing sources which already exist at this location. Those existing sources are the traffic. This location at Barrett Parkway and Bells Ferry Road has tremendous traffic, no doubt about it. That's because that's where, and why are we here? Because convenience stores that sell gasoline belong in locations where you have that level of traffic. That's why they exist, to serve those existing travelers, those existing folks that are in cars at these types of locations. But in terms of the environmental risk that's here, it is an incremental, minute contribution to the overall emissions that are occurring with the existing traffic of some 19,000 plus cars that are going by on Bells Ferry and Barrett Parkway at this location. As a result, there's no meaningful increase in exposure relative, again, to those existing traffic conditions. And it's also pointed out over and over again that there are no state of Georgia or Cobb County regulations or distance requirements related to the locations of convenience stores to schools. Those don't exist. No jurisdiction has rules that are in place for location of convenience stores nearby or proximate to a school. And that's because of these types of technologies that are in place and because the evidence that we put before you is the same evidence that the state of Georgia has had, that their Environmental Protection Division has had. It's the same evidence that says there is not an environmental risk present here. That's real evidence by professionally certified engineers as it relates to this question. We've also done an updated traffic study yet again that was specific to Bells Ferry and the access points from the school, the access points from the public shopping center, and the access point that we have as far as our access on Bells Ferry Road. What those updated studies have shown is there's no material impact on the level of service for the intersections that were additionally studied. There's significant road improvements by Racetrack that are being put in place to address the traffic and the trips and to actually improve the traffic and the level of service that doesn't exist today. These traffic studies have been accepted by Cobb DOT. That's what these traffic studies have shown. Those are conclusive as it relates to that. There is no significant impact on the level of service for these intersections, and they were studied over and over and over again. Also, as it relates to KinderCare, I want to remind you of this particular slide and what it represents. It's a cross-section, in particular KinderCare, because I want it to be very, very clear. This is essentially taken as a cross-section from Bells Ferry Road. On the left-hand side is Barrett Parkway, cutting across. You can see where the fuel stations would be located, the building, and then what you see on the far right is that blue box. That's the existing elevation and height of the KinderCare building. And what you can see between that is what we'll be doing for this site is lowering the site, having a wall put in at the rear of towards the rear of our property, and because of the elevation and the tree plantings that we will be doing, there will be no visual impact as it relates to KinderCare. Those at KinderCare, the kids, parents, employees of KinderCare at that location will not even be able to see the racetrack and its operations. That's how little it impacts KinderCare at this location. Lastly, just want to summarize by saying the question about the environmental risk is a fair question, but it's a question we've now answered with very real evidence. This property should not be a sacrificial buffer for this intersection. Look at the surrounding commercial properties. They're all just as intense. We appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. All right, thank you very much. We will now hear from our opposition. Again, just remember you do have a total of 10 minutes to speak, so please make sure that you coordinate those that will be speaking during that time frame. You can make your way up to the podium. Please state your name prior to sharing your thoughts.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Carl Eli. I've addressed this board several occasions as a retired police officer. You know the concerns with traffic in that intersection and in that general area. I won't address that. I'll be real brief in my comments. One thing that I would like to point out is previous testimony for racetrack. We need to take into consideration, and I would hope that you would take into consideration, Georgia Code 161071, which is false swearing. I'll leave that where it is. Second thing that I would like to address is appeal to your moral compass. Do we want to attract to that area the derelict of the society that would attend or come to and occupy areas around that business that close to a daycare and an elementary school? Keep that in the back of your mind. Do you want to have that responsibility and have that moral question in your mind whenever one of the kids gets attacked, gets raped, gets murdered, gets kidnapped from that area? Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lucy Forsythe. I am the Center Director at Barrett Parkway KinderCare, which is located directly behind the proposed site of racetrack. Every morning, I open my center knowing that parents are trusting me with the most important thing to them, which is their children. They expect me to keep them safe and have a secure place where their kids can learn and play without any risk. At other centers near similar developments, we've experienced individuals trespassing onto our property. That alone creates a situation that is uncertain and not appropriate for a child care environment, and that is something no parent should have to worry about. Our children play outside every day. The idea that they could be exposed to gas fumes or contaminants in the soil, concerning, especially for our toddlers, because they have little bodies that have not developed and they are mostly crawling on the turf. And beyond that, this would bring more traffic, more noise, and more uncertainty right next to the place that is supposed to be stable for our children. This isn't about development. It's about whether it's the right place for it. I'm asking that you stand with our families and our children and deny this project at this location. Thank you so much for your time.
Good morning. My name is Paola Giovanna Montanes Duran. Some people might be wondering why the school didn't take advantage of the construction to move the playground. Before construction started, the school actually looked at moving the playground to a different spot. Under Georgia Code 22323, every elementary school in the state, including Cobb County, must schedule recess every day for students in kindergarten through 5th grade. So having a safe and appropriate playground location is extremely important. When the engineers studied the land, they discovered that the area where the playground was and where it will be again was the only part of the property strong enough to support the school's long-term plans. The other land couldn't meet the requirements for the new school in the future, so the playground had to stay where it is.
Good morning. My name is William Montanas Duran, and I am a 6th grader at J.J. Daniel Middle School. I'm here to speak for my younger brother, his friends, and my friends who still attend Bells Ferry Elementary. When I was at Bells Ferry, I remember having a peaceful outdoor environment. We could focus on our games at recess, and even though there were cars, the traffic kept moving so it wasn't distracting. With the proposal for a new gas station, I am worried that there will be more cars stopping, turning, and idling that would distract students from their games and from listening to their teachers. I'm also concerned about the air quality. Students and teachers who have asthma or breathing issues could be affected by the extra fumes and pollution. If the land can't stay the way it is, I hope the adults in charge will choose something that creates fewer distractions and doesn't harm the air quality. Maybe something small like a bakery or another quiet business. For these reasons, I respectfully ask you to deny Racetrack's request. Thank you.
And one more thing before the young man leaves the stand. We didn't get your name, sir.
William Montanas Duran.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, sir. You can continue.
Good morning. I'm Evan DeYoung. I live in the Delacorte neighborhood. We're one of the closest residential neighborhoods to the planned location for this site. In response to our previous community meetings, wanted to express some gratitude to you, the commissioners, and the thoughtful work by the applicant and their representative as we discuss this. In light of some discussions at our previous meeting, we hosted a community survey. This was a ranked choice community survey using the 19 estimated permissible uses and the 2 zoning categories. This allowed community members to express preference, ranking from 1st to 7th, their desired use or potential for the category. The question was asked at the last meeting what residents would like to see, and we would like to move towards answering that question. This is a start to that, but it is not complete. Given our sample size, we have a 75% accuracy with a 10% margin of error for the 50,000 residents surrounding this site. We'd love to expand that confidence level, but we'll need more time. You'll see in this, you'll see the categories and the permitted uses. If you go to the next paper, please, you'll see these categorized as well. I have documents for each of you that involve the weighting system and then the heat map of the ranked choice preferences. What you'll see here is a heat map of residents' 1st to 7th choice. You'll notice the top 5 categories. I won't go into the details. Fuel sales and convenience stores are near the bottom. Would love for you to consider this data and the expansion of having more patience as we explore the viability and compatibility of this site. We've spoken quite at length about what is permissible for the site. However, my understanding of this process is that we are not only understanding what is permissible, but what may be compatible. And so we ask that as we examine compatibility, you would take this data and future data into account. I'll leave these with the staff if you'd like to review them. Thank you.
Thank you. We have just under 3 minutes left for our opposition. Just wanted to give you a time check.
Thank you. My name is Erin Quackenbush. I have a child at Bells Ferry Elementary School. I'm on the Bells Ferry PTA, and I'm also a longtime resident of Bear Creek subdivision.
And the first point that I want to make is, yes, there is technically no code to prevent a gas station from being built in this proximity to an elementary school. However, Cobb County Code Section 6-125 does require at least 600 feet between a school and a place licensed to sell alcohol. My understanding that it is part of Racetrack's business model to sell alcohol. I am not aware of any Racetrack stores that do not sell alcohol. So this would be a stipulation that I would want, and we would want included if this were approved. The other thing I want to be clear, and I think it's clear here, community members do not wholly oppose commercial development. We just want one that is more in line with the surrounding businesses and the proximity to elementary schools. In zoning case Z25-2021, which is the property that is diagonally across the intersection from the site, stipulations were actually added to that rezoning to prevent fuel sales as a permitted use of that property that's currently being built right now. In the fall of 2025, an open records request was submitted to obtain calls for service at the 5 Racetrack locations nearest to this Bells Ferry site over 36 months. There were 737 incidents. Within school hours, there were 264 incidents. And between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m., when the other businesses in the area are closed, there was 160 calls that took place. So in terms of traffic-related concerns, there were at least 15 auto accidents or hit-and-run reports. So this is common in Racetrack gas stations that are near the current proposed site. The other thing is, we do not currently have all of our students and families on the Bells Ferry campus, so I'm not sure what the date is from the traffic study, but if it was any time in the past year, it's not accounting for 175 families that are currently going to Chalker Elementary while we're doing the rebuild. So that's a significant volume of traffic in the morning and in the evening. The other thing is if you sit at ASP, the after-school program, there are at least 15 to 20 cars that pull out illegally from the Publix shopping center and turn left going north on Bells Ferry, which I can only assume would continue to happen with the proposed inward and outward lanes on Bells Ferry from this racetrack. I am a member of the PTA board, and to my knowledge, Racetrack has made no effort to reach out to us. Our email addresses are all on the Bells Ferry website. We are very accessible. I've been at every one of these meetings, and nobody has ever approached me nor the other members of the board. So their assertion that they have done a significant amount of community engagement is inaccurate. I implore you to take these things into consideration and reject their request for this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have only about 4 more seconds on the clock, but I would like to give you about 3 more minutes for the opposition, and we of course would have to lend that time to the applicant as well. So if we could put 3 more minutes on the clock, and you may proceed, but we do need 3 minutes for the rest of those from the opposition that would like to speak.
Okay. Hi.
Is that okay?
Am I ready to go?
Yes, Commissioner
Good morning.
Michaeletto, are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that. Are there additional after these 2?
I believe there was one more person, yes. It's about 1 minute each. Okay. Yes, ma'am, you can proceed.
Good morning, Planning Commissioners. My name is Karen Huck with the Bells Ferry Civic Association, here to express our opposition to Racetrack, which has applied along with the Medford Family Limited Partnership to lease this property for a number of years to construct and run a gas station at this corner of Bells Ferry and Ernest Barrett Parkway. So they're not buying the property, I think they're leasing it. The community has expressed their opposition on a number of occasions now. I believe we were up to 5 hearings. The Planning Commission had reached a recommendation and moved the application forward to the Board of Commissioners when this was Z18, and the application was withdrawn at the very last minute as the community was assembled prepared with speeches at the Board of Commissioners meeting in November. Our opposition stems from the EPA's recommendation that schools be sited 1,000 feet from a gas station. What I saw up there did not have any citations to it. It was not presented to the community. It may have been presented to you, but they're not assuring us that there's not emissions, and I go along with an EPA recommendation over a corporate study. Anyway, I wanted to show you the Milford School and point out that their parking lot is next to the intersection, not their playground, which is the opposite for Bells Ferry Elementary School. So those children play behind. I think everybody else is pretty much, I will just say, I would ask for you to please deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brian Fiegelman. I am a parent of 2 students at Bells Ferry Elementary. One of the things that I was going to make sure that we talked about was, and she brought up earlier, Section 6-125, that's the alcohol situation. Just kind of going around, I don't want to see people going for first call or whatever you would like to see right around my children. The traffic in that area, as it's been said, is already atrocious. If you were there in the morning, you were seeing cars do every single way to U-turn because there's no way around. Adding extra to that would just be atrocious. And that kind of works also into Section 5258, enumeration of prohibited noises. It will probably make it even louder, make it even more horrible for the children in the morning. The business licensing of a Section 7845. Sorry, I'm trying to read all of my notes. I'm not a professional speaker, so I apologize on that. And it looks like actually my time is out. So I'm just going to say one thing very, very quickly. From people that I know in the government, they said there are no gas stations closer than 500 feet in all of Cobb County, so I don't know where, even the Millbrook, to the building itself. So I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There is a beeping sound. I'm not sure where that's coming from, but that was not our timer there, so he was just in time. I would like to, I believe it may be coming from back there, if we could get someone to check that for us. Thank you, Robin. We did give the opposition 3 more minutes. I would ask the applicant if you'd like to use those 3 minutes, you're welcome to do so. We're okay. Just want to make sure you guys know everything the beeping is. Thank you, Robin. But we're fine. All right, Mr. Moore, you may proceed with any additional comments you may have.
Yes, and thank you for that opportunity. And I just want to point out what's on your screens right now, and that is this intersection in this particular property that we're here. Because what I'm hearing is opposition based on we don't want this property developed for an intense use, commercial use, be it racetrack or some other type of intensity that may come along with commercial uses. But I want to point out to you what's at this intersection. Directly across Barrett Parkway is an older shopping center and a Quick Mart that provides the exact same services, though at a much lesser degree of quality than what racetrack does, other than the sale of gas at that location. Across the intersection is a CVS pharmacy with the drive-through and a new shopping center that's being built, pretty significant shopping center that's being built. It's in an excess of 60,000 square feet directly across the street from Bells Ferry Elementary School. So these other properties at this intersection have been zoned, approved, and developed for uses that are commercial and intense in nature because of the nature of this very intersection. It has been that way for a long time. To deny this property the very same level of commercial use that the other properties have been provided, that the Publix Power Center was provided, that's adjacent to and exits out on the Bells Ferry, is making this property and would render this property the sacrificial buffer for this intersection. That does not comport with the rules and laws of planning and zoning. And that's the point I want to make with this intersection and with this property and with this application. We appreciate your time this morning and your consideration and respectfully request your recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this time, this is in Commissioner Micheletto's District 2, so I'll turn it over to her to lead the discussion.
Okay, let's make sure I can get all my buttons to work this week. I appreciate everybody being so passionate about this. I know this has been heard multiple times. I appreciate everybody continuing to show up and continuing to participate. Oh, I'm getting closer. Okay, here we go. So again, thank you. I have a couple of questions to follow up on where we left it after the last meeting. We left with a series of requests And one of them was that Racetrack work with the DOT to study all of the surrounding intersections. Do you mind coming up, DOT, and speaking with us?
Amy Diaz, Cobb DOT.
Hi, Amy. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I think this intersection has a lot of interesting challenges, but one of the ones that we keep coming back to is just the level of traffic that's happening both as an exit from Bells Ferry Elementary. I believe one of the parents also mentioned the multiple illegal left turns coming out of the public shopping center, and understanding that that's not what we're hearing today. That does feed into what we're hearing today. So then we left it last meeting for you guys to study not only just the racetrack decel lane and how that works, but how it plays into the Bells Ferry Elementary entrance exit and that right in, right out for the publics. Did you guys have an opportunity to start that?
So they submitted their work to us last Wednesday. So we have done preliminary look at it, but we have not completed our full review. We need to give a full review to the micro simulation because what you specifically asked for, their traffic study is approved. But this is the additional memorandum that looks at the two adjacent intersections, the site driveway, two adjacent driveways, then the site driveway, then Bells Ferry, the signalized intersection. So I can respond to what I've reviewed, but we have not approved it or sent back comments as of yet.
Okay. So understanding that it is not finished and it is in progress, do you want to give us kind of a sneak peek of where you stand or how it's looking?
Sure. So to address a comment from the public concerned about the school closure, we were aware of that, and so was the traffic engineer that did the study. So it wasn't so some of the counts were taken previously last year before the construction. The new counts were taken, obviously, while the construction is going on, because they were just taken for this memorandum. But the traffic counts were then adjusted based on the old traffic so that they could factor up to what traffic was during that time period. So that has been accounted for. We know that it's a challenge. It's always a challenge when a school is not in operation or not in full operation, but it is something that we're used to accounting for in traffic. Okay. If you are interested, I can give you numbers as far as what illegal lefts were counted, because that is something that we've now quantified. Okay. During the morning, it's less than 10, but then during the dismissal and PM times, there were slightly more. I'm pulling up the actual numbers now. It was in the low 20s for one of the periods.
And is this illegal lefts out of the elementary or illegal lefts out of that Publix?
This is the illegal left, so this is at the Publix. Okay. Yeah, because currently the elementary driveway is not restricted, though effectively it is restricted when traffic is there. But unless the police officer is not allowing turns, there is no raised concrete island or anything to restrict turns of that driveway. Okay. So, yeah, during PM peak period, there were 22 illegal lefts out of the Publix and 3 into the Publix. During dismissal time, there were 15 out of the Publix, but it did raise to 20 entering. And that's very common when you see illegal lefts, is when the traffic on the roadway is lower, which it is during dismissal times. You get more illegal movements because they have bigger gaps. So there are illegal movements there, which we were made aware of by the public, as well as now having the traffic counts to support how much it is. Now, when you do the level of service operation, which is not the microsimulation that still needs to be reviewed, but it's a higher level, what they call macro simulation. But it shows that even with the illegal left, so that public driveway is operating acceptably. And so that's when the applicant's team referred to that it's showing that is true. The memo is showing that. We are going to review the microsimulation and make sure that we agree with that, but that is what their preliminary is showing. And they did do a microsimulation for the corridor, and it is showing that there's sufficient basically turn lane cues. Now, the one exception is when you have illegal movements, obviously there's no turn lane cue there because, no storage lane because we're not encouraging that movement. So during those times, people are backing up on Bells Ferry northbound if they are trying to turn into that Publix, which is not something we would like to see. Now, at the driveway for the development itself, we of course have recommended, if possible, the raised narrow median, which would completely prohibit left turn movements.
Interesting, okay. Thank you for studying that. I appreciate you guys taking the time to look into that, understanding that it was not part of this application, but did feed into it, and it has come up in several different rebuttals. Okay, so that work will continue. You guys will continue speaking. That was the only question I had for you.
Certainly, and I will let you know, we will have the review completed before the BOC if this continues on or before your next hearing.
Okay.
We have a lot more
Sorry.
questions.
Did
We have
I
a lot
have
more
another
questions for you, I think.
Okay.
You might be here a while.
get
How long is a PM peak period?
So basically, they do traffic counts between 4 and 6. That's standard traffic study material. For dismissal, let me see what hours they counted. Dismissal, they counted 2 to 4. So effectively, in the PM, they had a 4-hour count because they started at 2 o'clock and ended at 6 o'clock.
Okay, so you're saying from 4 to 6 p.m. on the average day, there are 22 illegal left turns already made out of the Publix? Is that-
Correct. According, on the day that was counted, that's how many illegal lefts were made.
Okay. Does that tend to contribute to more wrecks?
Well, anytime we have a restricted movement, it's because we have a concern about safety. So could it contribute to more wrecks? Certainly. We would strongly tell any driver, don't make that illegal movement. And if a police officer sees them, then they, of course, can ticket them for an illegal movement. But, does it cause a wreck every time? Well, people are making their judgment call of what gaps they can see and what they're doing. So DOT would like those to not exist, but we counted them because of the concern that they do exist.
Dismissal time 2 to 4, how many illegal lefts out of the Publix currently onto Bells Ferry?
During the peak hour, it was 15. Now, to let you know, that's not a 2-hour period. When we say peak hour, you count from 4 to 6, but then you find the highest hour within that 2-hour period is how that works. So this is an hourly count, but it's the highest of that 2-hour period.
Okay.
So,
I got a whole bunch. How much traffic would a gas station generate compared to other uses, if you could rate it depending in terms of the intensity of this use?
gas stations tend to be one of the highest uses.
Okay. And do you know how many pumps this is supposed to have?
I believe 10. The applicant confirm if I'm incorrect.
Okay. Do you know how many car trips a day this would generate?
Yes, they gave that again. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 16 pumps. So to give these numbers again, let me back up and explain that gas stations have a high trip generation when you're looking at their driveway, but because of people don't normally leave their house only to go to the gas station. They usually do it on their way to somewhere else. There is a high reduction of what we call pass-by trips, which means trips that were already on the road. So the driveways are just as busy either way, but the adjacent intersections are not necessarily as much more busy because those trips were already there. Looking at the gross trips, which is non-reduced, you had 371 in the AM, 337 in the PM, 352 during the dismissal hour, and 3254 for the day, so roughly 3,300 for the day. Then pass-by trips is 75%, so, and 76 in the AM. So this is a very high percentage reduction. When you do that reduction, you have 89 in the morning, you have 84 in the PM, 88 during dismissal hour, and 813 for the day. So that makes a significant reduction in what you actually see at the adjacent intersections.
You would agree with me that, for example, self-storage might be an example of something that would be a better fit in terms of not increasing the amount of traffic?
From terms of traffic, self-storage is significantly lower trip generator than a gas station.
Can you give me an example of some other uses that would be significantly lower, in your opinion?
Self-storage is certainly the most. At that point, you have to look at like a contractor office is usually fairly low, landscaping, you know, things that we wouldn't necessarily see here, but other uses that tend to be low. Middle uses tend to be more like your office, your residential. They have different peaking characteristics, no pass-by, so they hit the adjacent intersections harder. And then generally speaking, looking from gross square footage to gross square footage, just a general commercial tends to be a lower trip generator than a gas station.
Okay.
Convenience stores and fast food tend to be the highest.
Yes. And can you estimate for me the distance between the nearest point on the playground and the nearest point to that on the proposed gas station property?
Unfortunately, that's not a DOT issue, so I don't have that measurement, but I believe that the applicant does because I've heard that in previous hearings.
Can you give me the width of the road?
Yes. So you want it, where do you want the width of the road? Because it narrows down by the Publix, but it's wider at the intersection.
Okay, so at the widest point, it's about 89.91 feet.
All right, at its current widest point, which is the intersection that has 3 southbound lanes and one and well, really 2 at the intersection, but it basically at the intersection, the second receiving lane is not a full receiving lane.
All right.
So that would be 12 foot per lane, so 5 times 12, 60 feet. That is the actual laneage. Then you have your curb and gutter, your sidewalk, all of those things. The right-of-way should be 100 feet because it is well, actually, it should be 80 feet for this one.
How many entrances and exits onto Bells Ferry Road are proposed for this Z10?
One. One on Bells Ferry, one on Barrett Parkway.
On Bells Ferry, that would be an entrance?
It is a right in, right out, so entrance, exit.
So one entrance exit each on Bells Ferry and on Ernest Barrett, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could come up with a use that only needed one entrance and one exit as opposed to 2, would that have any difference on the potential number of traffic wrecks occurring in this area?
Well, again, you're looking at cost benefit of you limit the number of conflict points, which helps, but then you're intensifying it because right now they can split between 2 driveways. They can get different gaps at those 2 driveways. They're not all piled out in one location. So that's something that we have to take by case basis on depending on the site, whether it's better for 2 driveways or 1.
So I just start with Google searches like a lot of other people, and I came up with, in response to a question I posed, is there any link between the number of entrances and exit points and the number of traffic wrecks? And the answer I got is there's a direct positive and statistically significant correlation between intensity of entrance exit points and the number of traffic wrecks. Do you disagree with that statement?
I would have to look at the research, but overall, I would say that is a thing that can happen because of the increase in conflict points.
Okay. And what about the intensity of use? I mean, if a gas station's working right, you're not there for an hour at a time. People are coming and going quickly. A lot of people coming and going. So you said about, what, 3,300 people coming and going a day in and out of this? So I want you to comment now and focus on the difference between what happens when people are just traversing that area, driving down Bells Ferry Road, heading south, I think it's south, and then taking a right onto Barrett, as opposed to what happens in that situation, as opposed to having another 3,300 people a day entering and exiting onto either Barrett or Bells Ferry as a result of this use. Is there any correlation between that and the number of wrecks we can anticipate?
So obviously, by restricting it to right in, right out, we're trying to make it as safe as possible. Let me see if I can tell you what the split between the two driveways is. I may have to go back to their original study for that. Hang on. All right, so this is the new site-generated volumes, the way they have it set up. So just to give you an idea of how the relative turns are. This is turning right in at the other intersection. I'm just going to give you the PM because that tends to be the highest. They have 14 new trips turning in and 12 new trips turning out. And then when you go to Barrett Parkway, they expect 26 turning left out, 16 turning right out. So Barrett Parkway is expected to be significantly a greater pull than Bells Ferry. And then coming in, they have 16 turning left in and 24 turning right in. So again, a larger percentage than is happening at Bells Ferry. Speaking off the top of my head, I would guess something around a 25-75 split based on that. I would have to actually do calculations to make sure that's correct. But if you close down the Bells Ferry driveway, all of that traffic now comes out on Barrett Parkway. It eliminates conflict points. Now, it eliminates fewer conflict points because right in, right outs have fewer conflict points. But what it does do then is it pushes the traffic to the conflict points at the other intersection. So much of traffic engineering is balancing your factors. You know, is that reducing conflict points good, increasing intensity at conflict points bad. So, you know, it's something that we try to design it to be safe either way, but there are some benefits to having more than one access point. This is not DOT specifically, but gas stations in particular tend to want to have an access on either corner, on either road, because they have to maneuver their fuel trucks. And so they can't get the fuel trucks maneuvered inside without the two driveways.
Is there any linkage in your mind between the number of cars exiting and entering the road and the risk of wrecks, all other things being equal?
Yes, if there are no cars entering or exiting, then there will be no wrecks. So yes, obviously, the more exposure you have, the higher chance there is of a wreck.
But what I'm trying to get the differential on is, assume in one that 3,300 cars just drove down, headed south on Bells Ferry and then turned right, and then assume in the second one you've got 3,300 cars leaving Bells Ferry, going into the gas station and coming back out, either onto Bells Ferry, taking a right, or onto Chastain. Would that have any impact on the probability of the number of wrecks occurring there?
As you intensify traffic, you intensify exposure, which does raise the number of potential wrecks.
You talked about a non-transversable median, if I heard you correctly.
Yes, a narrow raised median.
And I read earlier today somewhere that would increase, that can significantly reduce the number of wrecks that would occur at those locations.
Yes.
Do we have any assurance there will be a non-transversable median if this project was approved?
It is currently in our comments, so as long as it is approved with our comments, and I believe that their STIP letter agrees with all DOT comments.
Okay. Is that as a mandatory or as a optional, that comment?
So since the complete engineering is not available, what we have is, we say our preliminary engineering shows that it should be able to be installed, and if it can be installed, it should be installed. If it can't be, there are other ways, less effective ways of prohibiting rights, such as at the Publix driveway, which obviously is prohibiting some turns, but is not prohibiting all of them.
Have you given any thought to the possibility that adding the turn lane would encourage more people to drive on Bells Ferry Road?
Induced demand is possible, but you're generally looking at lane increases for an overall roadway, not just a lane, an exclusive turn lane at an intersection. It will improve the level of service slightly at the intersection, even with the new development, because the turn lane that they're going to install goes all the way to the signal, and that right turn is congested. And so even with their additional traffic that they're adding to that right movement, the right turn lane installation carries the level of service slightly below what it is in existing. So, will people travel there if they know the traffic volume is a little lower and a little less congested? That is possible. That's what we call induced demand, that people have made choices to drive different directions depending on what experience they expect on various roadways, or what Google Maps tells you is the right way to go. So I would not say it's a significant factor for adding just a right turn lane, but it could increase the traffic some, because the overall capacity of the intersection has been raised.
And about how many wrecks a day do we have within, say, 500 feet of this intersection?
I don't have that safety data available. I can have it available for a future meeting if needed.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one follow-up question. You mentioned briefly in there that the right-of-way is supposed to be 100 feet. Is there any future, regardless of how this project moves forward, is there any indication that in the future we're going to be widening this road? It makes all of this a different conversation?
That is a totally different conversation about the potential widening of Bells Ferry. The experience is the roadway volume supports widening Bells Ferry, but it is a very difficult construction to contemplate, and so it has not ever been programmed as of today. So do I think it could ever happen? It is possible. It's certainly needed, but is it possible to impact all of those homes that are along Bells Ferry? Is the political will ever going to be there to do that? That I can't answer.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're done with it. Thank you, I appreciate it.
No problem.
I have a follow-up question for legal. Would you mind coming back? Yeah. Sorry, in my notes, I just wrote legal. So, hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. So last we met, in the stipulations or the requests that we had for this meeting, we asked you to provide the studies, which I believe you have, and we discussed those earlier. We asked for you to work with the DOT, looking at the more holistic intersection approach. It sounds like that is not finished yet, but would be finished in time for the next BOC or the next meeting here, should it be required. Have you guys been requested to submit any additional information, or is there any other information you think would be helpful for that before they finish that study?
No, we've provided the additional study information. It's pretty technical calculations that are provided. Those have been submitted. As Ms. Diaz said, those are under review by Cobb DOT. They have not provided us any additional comments. There was, obviously there was some initial communication about methodology and about what they wanted to have studied, and so it was an agreed upon scope.
Okay.
And so that information was taken by the traffic engineers. They performed the study, and they performed the calculations and provided that information, but no further back and forth from that.
Okay, but you
What's
would
provided.
continue to participate should they ask you?
Oh,
for
of
any
course,
additional-
that's what that's what we hire them for, and that's what Cobb DOT expects, so yes, absolutely.
The third, we had four stipulations or four requests for the next meeting. The third one being to work with the neighboring school systems. I know that KinderCare representative is here today, and we do have some PTA representatives. Have you had an opportunity to reach out to them, or are we, I know that I think last time we talked, the last public meeting was before the November meeting, so it's been a minute. Have you reached out, or were you waiting on something for that?
No, we've, as you said, we've had outreach to, significant outreach to both KinderCare and the school district, because it's the school district that makes decisions as it relates to school property. And obviously, the PTA stance has been, they've been opposed since day one, so I mean, there's no further, they couldn't, again, they don't have the ability to make decisions that would affect school property. So we've reached out to the school district and their property division and reached out to them to inquire about essentially what can we do and have those conversations.
And you have not had feedback from the district?
They have not provided feedback.
Okay. And have you been in conversation with KinderCare? Have you guys had the opportunity to discuss offline, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Not with the
Not with individuals?
Not with the individual that spoke today, but we've had multiple outreaches and exchanges with representatives from KinderCare.
Okay. And one of the questions that we posed to you previously, and I think you briefly mentioned it in your discussion, but with all parties being here, I want to ask it again. Is Racetrack in a position to work with both the school and Racetrack and KinderCare, being the adjoining property, for additional plantings, playground equipment, visual screening elements to help prevent some of this feedback that we're hearing about noise, increased off-gassing, those items?
100%, absolutely.
Okay. And then the fourth item that we asked for was the additional community meeting. I don't know that I've heard of an additional meeting. Did you want to speak to that as well?
As far as having an additional community-wide meeting, we conducted and held a community-wide meeting, which many of the people here attended. It was well attended and one that served that purpose for meeting with the community and providing information. We've had multiple public hearings since then. In terms of having yet another community-wide meeting, I don't believe that would have benefited the process one bit.
Okay. Give me 1 second. It's going to be an interesting way to ask this question. There has been a lot of discussion around what happens at properties in the wee hours of the morning with people who may be transient in nature. Is there a plan in place or a strategy in place to help mitigate additional occupants?
I can answer. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
So you
Are
need
you
the right-
looking
I need
for
the right
support?
No, I was just looking for the right person from Racetrack, because I want to be able to
Okay.
be very specific in responding to that question. So Kirk Ellis
Okay.
will come forward from Racetrack.
to be
You need
clear-
to be sworn in, sir.
Good morning. My name is Kirk Ellis, Engineering Project Manager for Racetrack and Project Manager for this particular project.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'll restate the question. There's been a lot of concern around the additional occupants that are transient in nature that may look at this property as a lovely place to spend a safer evening than maybe under a bridge. So what is the strategy or solution for helping not attract new residents to your property? I don't know how else to say this.
I understand the question. That's something that Racetrack takes really seriously. That's also something that came up at the community meeting. So part of what we've done as Racetrack is to put together a design team to address those concerns specifically. If you notice from our first submission to the current design, we've changed the location of our canopy, we've changed the location of our building, We've changed our circulation paths. And we've added technologies such as the FUSA system that provides 24-hour monitoring that feeds directly to the police department. And so we've implemented not just design, proximity, sightlines, visibility, but also technology to ensure that that's not a concern. And we've gone through every possible scenario to make sure that's not an issue. We've also ensured that we have training for staff to pay attention for those situations. And we're really implementing at this site, in addition to our FUSIS camera system, timing detection that allows us to, in real time, see what's happening on the site to prevent loitering and to ensure that these do not become situations that we have to be concerned about.
Will all areas behind the building, right now we have the main building kind of situated back towards the tree line. Is there any plans for fencing, 24-hour lighting for those darker corners? And are
Right,
they
so
protected?
we are going to be providing this site with 24-hour lighting, 24/7. We've designed the site to be lowered to get what's called a daytime point to ensure that we have a retaining wall to the back of the site, to the back of the building, the C-store, to ensure that there can be no access to the rear from our property to the adjacent property. And we've also looked into raising that to about 20 feet, not just with the retaining wall, but with fencing, to ensure that the possibility of creating any cross movement does not take place. So there will be additional lighting, especially to the rear, and preventative measures just from site design.
Okay. And apologies, your site plan is not up, so I'm asking these questions kind of in a vacuum. All right, so we'll have additional lighting, we'll have staff training, and we'll have a fence on top of that retaining wall to further protect the
Increased
surrounding.
security and increased technology.
Okay. All right, I think you've heard from everyone surrounding. That's a pretty big deal. So do you have anybody, do my fellow members have any questions to follow up? Please.
I don't know whether to direct these to you or Kevin, but I'd welcome him back up. And can you maybe our staff could get the site plan up. Could you show me the location of vent pipes on the property? The proposed vent pipes that would exist for the fuel tanks?
They can't see it. So if you look from the intersection where you see the crosswalks and you move what I'm going to call Plan West, just in front of the canopy along Ernest Barrett Parkway is where our vent stacks will be.
Is that gray, the little gray rectangle in the landscape setback?
So if you look at the front canopy, you'll see what's identified as the area where the tanks will be. It's just those little squares there, right there, correct. And then if you come towards the grassed area between the tanks and the roadway, yes, that's where our vent stacks will be.
What do you call those things there?
Vent stacks.
Vent stacks. So that's where all the vent pipes for all the fuel tanks will be in that landscape area?
Right.
Is it your understanding that some degree of vapors are released through those vents during the course of the day?
Well, they're designed to, but what we also have to understand is there's money in keeping those vents contained. And so we want to design the system to release as little as possible and nothing beyond what is just required for the system to operate. If you were to pay attention to when the system is getting refueled, as fuel is going in, the vapor is actually being taken out. So the system is designed to retain vapor for several reasons. And so the system is not designed to release that into the air. And those that are released from our third-party study shows that it's well below, 60% below what's even required for any additional vapor removal.
Are you an engineer?
I'm an architect, actually.
Okay. What is the distance between this proposed store and your nearest store right now?
I do not know that data off the top of my head. That's something that we could provide for you.
Do you have any idea? Kevin, do you have any idea? No?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Does Racetrack intend to do something of a two-step here, is to get approved now for fuel sales and come back later and seek liquor sales at this location?
Is that a question? I mean, typically, we operate, part of our practice is to we do sell alcohol, not liquor, but alcohol. We call that the beer, wine, cigarette permit. That's something that's handled through a different process. That's not what is up for discussion at this point. What we're looking to talk about right is just whether or not we're able to rezone to build this property. But that is a separate thing that will be handled at another time. But to answer your question, to operate, the intent is to seek a beer, wine, cigarette permit at a later time.
So the plan is to do beer and wine sales here?
At a later date, if permitted.
Can you tell me the volume of gas that would be sold out of the store either on a weekly, monthly, or annual basis?
I don't have that data on the top of my head, but I believe it's 12,000. That's part of the study that we provided as part of our third-party investigation provided by PPM.
12,000 what?
12,000 gallons.
Per
day.
Day. Okay. You've answered my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Did you have any more questions?
I have no additional questions. Nobody else has? Oh, okay.
Not for the applicant.
Oh, okay, I have them for the applicant. Okay. Yes, I think we're done with you, Mr. Moore. Thank you. I have some for the neighbors. Is that who you're waiting? Did you have somebody before the neighbors, before we call them up? Okay. It's never my show. Mr. Evan, and apologies for not getting everyone's last names. You guys spoke really quickly, and I don't write quickly enough. So there was, from the neighborhood, or from the opposition, we had a gentleman who had done the survey. I believe you said your first name was Evan. Would you mind coming back up? I have a question. I don't know where he's at. Is he still here? Oh, there he is. Okay.
Hello.
Hi. So thank you for bringing these. And I think you took the question from us last meeting of what would you like to see here very seriously. Appreciate that. Little bit of dissimilar information. So on one, it says restaurants and fast food establishments is neighbor 8, signifying that's a desired outcome. And then the other one is offices and cultural facilities.
Yeah, I'd be happy to explain the
Okay.
discrepancy.
And then can you also tell me where things with a lower use, such as self-storage or landscape business, might rank on that?
Mhm. Yeah, so on the sheets that you have here, could I see the bar graph? You've got two methodologies to evaluate the data. We did a ranked choice survey with the 19 use cases extrapolated and then randomized for every individual who took the survey to eliminate bias. What you'll find is on the bar graph that you see here, this is a 7-point weighting scale applied to the first choice by a resident, and then a 1-point scale down to the 7th choice. And this kind of creates kind of an inverted weighting system to allow an expression of community preference while doing our best to eliminate bias. What you'll find on the more grid-oriented report is what's considered a heat map. So this does not assign a point scale, but instead balances the 1st through 7th choice with the overall weighting of the number of choices that were selected, 1 through 7. So it's two different ways to make sense of the data, obviously with more time, and we'd love collaboration on methodology and implementation to be able to expand this, to have the survey be executed with more certainty, but that will require more time and a little bit of collaboration as we all have to take off work to do this.
Understood. I just wanted to make sure that I understand restaurants and then clinics, offices, and restaurants being your top choices for this location. But again, did you have any place on this survey to rank things such as self-service, landscape, some of the other lower trip usages that DOT just mentioned earlier?
Yeah, I'd be happy to pull the raw data and see where that landed. This is just
It's okay.
from-
I'm just curious,
Yeah.
like argumentatively, how do you feel about self-storage? Did you get the impression that your neighbors would be excited for a self-storage at this corner because it is one of the lowest usages for traffic?
Yeah, unfortunately for me, the point of this is to kind of decentralize opinions and get away from my personal opinion. I can make a guess as to conversations and what the data might say.
Okay,
And
but
there seem to be more amenable. I think the surrounding cases that have been rezoned have had similar discussions and have been stipulated appropriately to match the intensity both in hours of operation and in the nature of the business use to encourage commercial viability while not harming the rest of the neighborhood.
Okay, so simple, it wasn't on the survey is cool too.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that feedback. Did you have any
I
questions?
had a
for him?
quick
Did you
question
have a
for
question?
him. So, sir, have you done this survey like this before for other properties in the area, and how has that worked out going forward?
Yeah,
I mean,
so-
based on community input.
Yeah, this is the first time we've employed this survey in this area for a zoning case with Cobb County. It's been used for sense-making and large decision-making bodies across the country.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks for your
And thank
time.
you for taking the initiative on that.
Thank you.
I do want to call out Mr. William. I just wanted to say thank you for taking off school and coming here today. So thank you. Good job. And then I have a question for Lucy with KinderCare. Sorry, it wasn't so much a question, it's just a good job. Hi.
Hi.
So I appreciate you coming today to speak with us. And then Mr. Moore had said that while they haven't spoken with you directly, they've been speaking with KinderCare in general. Have they communicated any of that with you, being the
Yes,
director?
I've had multiple conversations and WebExes with Jordan, our legal counsel.
Okay, so you are aware that they are in communication?
Yes.
Are you, I take it from that response, you're probably not allowed to posit an opinion? Okay. You stated in your opposition that currently you have children playing right there and that you're concerned about foot traffic and other things. If the property were to build, as we saw, that they're depressing the property, making this retaining wall, and then they also just mentioned that there would be a potential additional fence along that to also separate you further in addition to keeping the trees. Does that help make you feel better about what you were hearing? Really separating those two? Because I know on the other side, you guys are directly on a road.
Not really, because you still have the same concerns. You still have the concern of the gas station blowing up. You still have the concern that we are actually on the same land. So whatever they're gonna put in that soil, whatever's gonna happen to that soil is gonna come down that hill. And that is directly our infant, toddler, and twos playground is right there. And that we do turf so that our little ones can crawl all over the turf and we make it safe.
Okay, and just out of curiosity, does KinderCare own the property that they sit upon, or are they in a lease situation?
I'm so sorry, I don't know that answer.
Okay. No worries. Okay. I have no additional questions. I know that sounds like a weird question, but. Yeah, do you have a question for her? No? Not for her?
I do know that we have been there for 25 years.
I was just curious if your lease was almost up or if you guys had just signed and had a continuation. I believe that you are also on a lease. I think the whole property is, but I just was curious.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I have no additional questions. I think we heard a lot from the same people that we had last time. Same question. Do you have any additional questions? I see on your face you do. Please take it away.
Let me start with the county attorney's office. Since the last meeting, staff was kind enough to provide us with several documents, including an air quality summary that's 2 pages long. So I want to reference that. I think it's in the record, but I don't know if it is. It says, it does say privilege, so I don't know whether this is in the public record here today. Are you familiar with this?
I believe the question is directed at me. I think John Peterson provided some research that was compiled and provided it to the Planning Commission members.
Okay.
That would need to be entered into the record if you so desire.
Okay, well, I'll be happy to do that, but before I do that, I just want to make sure I'm not,
Is that the study that was forwarded to you on Friday afternoon?
it could be. I can't recall the precise time. I could check my emails.
It does say on the bottom of the page, it's privileged?
It does.
Okay, well, it's not privileged if it's submitted to Cobb County, so.
I understand. So you're saying once you received it, it was no longer submitted? Is that your point?
No, it's not privileged once we get it and we distribute it.
Okay, okay. So I'm not violating any privilege by going into this now. Okay, good. So my understanding from this is that this report addresses vapor controls recovery systems. And then I see in paragraph 1 that it addresses vapor control recovery systems during deliveries, right? That's in paragraph 1?
Yes.
Okay. And then in paragraph 2, I see that modern vehicles are also designed to capture some fueling vapors, correct?
Just personal vehicles, Commissioner Bloin, or all vehicles?
Well, I'll ask you. Do you know? Do you know whether that addresses both or all?
Well, I believe Mr. Moore stated that cars were required to have a vapor system since 2006 and on to recover gas vapors. Is that the part you're talking about?
Yes. I was addressing paragraph 2 in the memo.
Yeah, I'm trying to open that letter up right now. And what page is it on, Commissioner Bloin?
Page 1, paragraph 2.
I'm not sure if I'm looking at the same document you are, Commissioner Bloin, because mine has 5 pages in it.
Mine just says air quality summary, project 1808.
Yeah, I'm looking at the technical memorandum that was sent out on Friday afternoon from PPM Consultants.
But it's my understanding from reading this that there are also emission factors for, quote, breathing, spillage, and hose permeation, in addition to fueling times and delivery times.
Yeah, and I don't have that in front of me.
The offshoot of the report is that if I understand it correctly, is that there would be some increase in the amount of benzene in the air, but it would be moderate. Is that the?
I don't have the report in front of me, Commissioner Bloin.
Okay. All right. Do you have any thoughts on the California 300-foot rule?
Well, and the 300-foot rule is from a document that you sent me that I re-forwarded onto the Planning Commission last week.
Okay.
And California does have a 300-foot rule, but depending on where you are, it may be different. I think you forwarded to me that Rome has a 600-foot limit on gas stations. I've seen somewhere in South Fulton has a 500-foot limit. And then the EPA guidelines for siting a new school or rebuilding a school is 1,000 feet. So it's kind of all over.
But it's fair to say that basically the further away you get from any leakage sources or emission sources where it first enters the air, the more it dissipates. Is that generally a fair statement?
I believe so.
So really the question we're trying to come to is not whether benzene exposure is potentially harmful. The question is what kind of a siting standard we should have. Is that?
Well, Cobb County does not have a siting standard.
Are we to assume then that benzene exposure is not harmful? Are we to make that assumption?
That would be a question that you would have to answer yourself, Commissioner Bloin. Obviously in the documents I sent you, it is not healthy to breathe benzene.
Okay, thank you. Let's. I'll withhold these for a moment. Then I'll get back to these later. If anyone else has questions of staff regarding. Otherwise, I do have more questions for some of the opponents.
I think we might get to them as we get to them. Go ahead. So
I don't think we have any additional questions for staff on this particular topic.
Okay.
So I think we can go ahead and call up whatever opposition.
Thank you. Mr. Levy, if you could come forward. The gentleman who was the policeman, is he still here?
Carl Eli.
Oh, Carl Eli. I'm sorry, I wrote down Levy. I apologize.
Yes, sir.
All right. You testified you were a policeman?
Yes, sir.
What's your familiarity with this intersection?
Very familiar.
How so?
I worked Precinct 1, which covers that particular area for a number of years.
What years?
Right off the top of my head, I don't recall the years I was at Precinct 1. I retired over 10 years ago.
Okay. When did you first join? Was it the Cobb County Police Force?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When was that?
I worked from 1988 until 2016.
Okay. Again, why would you be familiar with this intersection? Did you have any, just being assigned to the precinct generally, or did you do anything special here?
The precinct is divided up into different beats, and supervision liked my productivity whenever I worked the beat where Bells Ferry Elementary School was at, simply because I would sit in the exit lanes of Bells Ferry Elementary School and cite people for turning left out of the public shopping center, contrary to the signage and the barricades that were installed by that development.
Okay. And how frequent an occurrence was that you would cite somebody?
From the time I would park, probably about 15 seconds before somebody would turn left out of there. Depending on the amount of time I was allowed to sit at that intersection, I could write a book of tickets in less than a week.
How many years did you work at that location?
At least 3.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
What other opposition would you like to call up? Yeah.
Apologies, I was trying to get my Google Maps open to measure. I have no additional questions. I believe mine have been answered. Just give me 1 second to double check. Okay, homeless situation. Does anybody else have any further questions for for the opposition or for support? No?
I thought,
Okay.
Commissioner Bloin, did you sure you didn't have any other questions for any of the other opposition? Okay.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we have some time to discuss internally. we do that?
Quick question for Brian. I think Commissioner Michaeletto is asking for a discussion. Do we need to make a motion first, or can we just go into straight discussion?
There's two things I heard. I think there was a desire to discuss the application, but then I also heard something about wanting some time. So if you want to discuss out in the open, a motion is preferable with a second for discussion. If you need time to think about it, the Planning Commission could take a break. You can't discuss it during the break, but you can contemplate what your potential motion or your votes, might be depending on the motion, but all discussion needs to be out in the open and part of the motions process. So,
Motions process, okay.
yes.
Okay. Commissioner, would you prefer a break or?
I actually just had a brainwave. Can I ask Mr. Moore one follow-up question? Is that
Yes,
appropriate?
Mr. Moore,
Okay.
could you please come back up here?
Sorry, guys. Allergies are real. Took me a minute for all the dots to connect. I have one follow-up question.
Sure, of course.
Currently, this project is situated in the Publix master shopping development, correct? So you are surrounded by, not included in, Publix shopping center. There's currently, adjacent to your property, not on the KinderCare side, but on the, I guess, north-south-west side, there is a small strip where we have a Barnes & Noble and some other additional facilities, but I do see that there is a parking lot, spaces, and what looks like a road that kind of dead ends into the rear of your property. Have you approached the development about the potential to use or connect to said road?
Not to my knowledge. This property and that parking area is a pretty significant drop.
It is, but we're lowering our project.
I mean,
or
we are
you're
lowering it, but-
we're not doing anything, but you were proposing to lower the project
Right.
10, 12 feet, so I would assume it'd be closer to being on grade with what?
Yeah, if you see the topography they've shown there.
Mhm.
So,
What
no,
is
we have
the
not approached-
elevation?
Not to my knowledge have we approached them, and if you can see the topography that's now up on your screen,
Mhm.
It's pretty significant.
What is the elevation the project is proposed to be sited upon? Because we have the highest point being 10.9, which is, I assume, the top of our retaining wall, right? So it looks like 999 might be closer, maybe down to 996, which would give us 10 foot of change, which we could achieve with a drive, maybe?
I just know that, I mean, from an engineering standpoint and you can only have so many degrees of slope to come in and out, especially if they're going to be focused on safety.
Mhm.
And so even if you could, you're still talking about a very short distance to cover that level of slope that would have to be built into this site. So I just don't think that it's not a very practical access location
Okay.
from that standpoint.
In practicality be darned. You guys have
Right.
not had the conversation?
Oh, no.
Okay. Would you be open to having that conversation if magically we could drive down a hill?
Sure, we're open to having conversations with anybody. I think we've demonstrated that, sure,
Okay. Thank you.
of course.
Do you guys have, okay, we're good. Thank you. I would now motion that we have time for discussion out loud in front of everyone, however you would like to phrase that motion.
Well, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, but I think what Brian has mentioned is that we would make a motion and then have a second and then open it for a discussion.
Perfect. I motion that we have discussion. I'm so tired.
So I think, well, Brian, would you like to weigh in?
I don't know that there is a motion for discussion. I think you can make a motion to approve, to deny, to hold, and there would be a second for discussion.
Yeah.
And then after discussion, if there is a change of recommendation in the motion, then you withdraw and we start over. So it's just a process, and it's also for record keeping for the clerk's office.
Got it. You're going to have to go slow for me this morning. I
That's all right.
apologize.
That's okay.
Okay, then I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
Okay. So I do want to start by saying thank you. Again, thank you for everyone for this heartfelt commentary, this raucous discussion, the passion around this issue. I know everyone's had sleepless nights on both sides of the aisle, but I also want to remind everyone that we're here to make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners who passes the final judgment. So when we make our recommendations for the consideration for this case to be brought before them, I would like to make the following motion. I'd like to recommend approval of Z18 to the NRC zoning district subject to the following items. 1, all staff recommendations. 2, that the following uses be prohibited: car washes, automotive uses, pawn shops, vape shops, liquor sales, and freestanding tobacco sales. I would like to make the 3rd recommendation of the allowable uses within the NRC, any final site plans to be approved by the district commissioners. 4, that the entrance on Bells Ferry is to be a right turn in only, with a physical raised median and bollards or other mechanical devices that prevent a left-hand turn. 5, that the entrance and exit on Barrett Parkway is to be right turn in and right turn out only, with a physical and raised median to prevent left-hand turns. I would also encourage that the right out on this be limited if needed due to traffic. 6, I would like to recommend that you guys continue to work with the shopping center to consider the use of the internal circulation drive, which would allow you to have left turn out exit capacity at the already existing left turn out on Bells Ferry. 7, I'd like to recommend that there be a significant donation of trees, shrubs, and planting materials to the neighboring schools to increase vegetative screening elements and to create a complete visual barrier, natural air scrubbing, and shade. And the density of trees, shrubs, etc. to be decided upon between the school board, racetrack, in an open forum with the Cobb approval of, with the Board of Cobb arborists. Wow, I butchered that sentence, sorry. And then number 8 is that the fence be constructed along the top edge of the retaining wall, and that additional fencing on the site be from the northeast corner and the northwest corner of the market back to that wall to prevent unsavory occupants. That is my motion.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
All right, we have a second from Commissioner Dance. Let's discuss.
Can I get what you said the prohibited and allowable uses were?
So I was trying to reference back to the 11 meeting that we had. So the allowable or the prohibited uses being car washes, automotive uses, pawn shops, vape shops, liquor sales, and freestanding tobacco. And the reason I said freestanding is Publix currently sells and they're within the district. So it would have to be within a grocery store or convenience store use.
Okay.
So were those prohibited uses that were in our prior recommendation?
Yes.
Except for the convenience store, is that correct?
Correct. I did remove the convenience store and I also removed restaurant because it was in the recommendations of the neighbors that they wouldn't mind. Oh, I removed the restaurant also because it was in the recommendations that they were not opposed to having a restaurant.
Okay, in our prior recommendation, though, we said that we would recommend restriction of drive-through restaurants.
We did.
Would you put
Well,
that?
the first one was sit down and then it became all restaurants. And so I removed it in total because this feedback said restaurants and fast food restaurants were one of the highest recommended uses on that survey.
Well, I thought that our prior recommendation excluded fast food restaurants with drive-throughs.
The previous recommendation did. I
Okay.
did not include it this time around, partially because of this survey.
Would you consider putting that back in?
I would consider it. However, the neighbors suggested they would like it. So if this does not pass, I would.
Does that say that they would like it?
Yeah, it's the highest, it's number 8 as the highest use on here. And then the top three on the
Well,
other
if the
chart.
question is about the traffic, I think that that's a consideration we should make, but, okay, that's my comments. And and then on the allowable uses, what, you had a category number 3 was your allowable uses, what were those?
Oh, I just said within the allowable remaining uses in the NRC. They would need to work with the final site plan to be approved by the general, or the district commissioner.
Okay, those are my questions.
Yeah, I would just add, and I do have to, I do like what Commissioner Dance mentioned as far as if we look at the concerns of the residents in the area, traffic was one of the big problems. And so, as DOT mentioned, and please correct me if I'm wrong, a drive-through traffic, drive-through restaurants will increase the traffic in that particular area. So even though they may say they are for restaurants and food establishments, I guess it's the lesser of two evils, but I would say maybe we consider not allowing drive-through traffic for a restaurant within the racetrack on that property, just because it will increase traffic flow.
So then that would be amending number 2 with the prohibited uses. So adding a G to include restaurants, drive-through restaurants or businesses with a drive-through, or do we just draw the line at drive-through restaurants?
I would just say drive-through restaurants, but Commissioner Dance, you may want to add to that.
I would say drive-through restaurants or whatever we had in our prior recommendation.
Okay, to be clear, the previous, just so I'm clear when I modify mine for G, would be the previous stipulation restricted drive-through restaurants and/or businesses with a drive-through window.
Yes, I would like that language.
That would work, okay.
Because I could also see that drawing children,
Okay.
Others to the area as well.
Okay.
Commissioner Boyne, sorry about that.
For reasons of the traffic problems this place would create, and based upon what I deduced from the DOT comments, I certainly oppose fuel sales going in here. I think it's a bad idea. I think it's not consistent with Racetrack's business model. I think they're trying very hard to shove a round peg in a square hole and doing a two-step process where they'll just be coming back and asking for the liquor sales later when they're not supposed to be made in a location such as this. So I think this is a grossly inappropriate request. And as far as the science, I've conceded before, I'm neither an engineer, nor did I even stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night, but I've read a lot, and among those things, Science Daily reported in 2018 that emissions were 10 times higher than estimate used in setback regulations to determine how close schools, playgrounds, and parks can be to facilities, based upon one study. And then the question was whether a setback distance of 300 feet was sufficient, and that was under question. So not only I'm going to tender all these articles in. In fact, let me go ahead and pass these to the clerk. Not going strictly on the science daily article, I pulled vent pipe emissions from storage tanks at gas stations, implications for setback distances by Mr. Hilpert and others. And they have very complex models that are beyond my ability to compute, but they do talk about a association or risk of childhood leukemia associated with proximity to gas stations, and it drops very quickly at a point, and that point does appear to be within about 180 feet. But my concern is here we're just too close to a school. So I've put the whole article in. Just go through these quickly.
Did it,
Ben-
did
I'm
any of
sorry?
your studies have anything to do with the idling of engines and the off-gassing associated with?
I couldn't tell you. All I can tell you is I've put them all in since I'm not a scientist by any means. Benzene emission, another article, benzene emissions from gas station clusters, a new framework for estimating lifetime cancer risk. And by the way, the only risk is not cancer or leukemia. There are other health risks from exposures. And they come up with a regulatory framework. They define a large sales volume for a gas station as being 3.6 million gallons per year. But I was told to estimate fuel cells here at 12,000 gallons a day, based upon my computer telling me so. When I did the math times 365, that comes out to 4.38 million gallons per hour. So that would qualify as a large fuel station. And a city council in the U.S. state of Maryland has set a 500-foot halo from private schools, parks, public schools, playgrounds, recreation area, homes, and environmentally sensitive areas. I'm not saying that 500 feet should be the standard. I'm just saying that that's what somebody else has come up with. And I'm also saying from my review of the documents, at least there is a significant drop once you get to 180 feet. That seems to be a big point. There's a curve in one of these analyses that suggests that. I noted the East Cobb News, and they're welcome to Wendy Parker or anybody else from East Cobb News kind of suggested that they said what I called a known environmental threat. I don't think there's any serious question, but that people shouldn't be consuming great or breathing in great quantities of benzene on a regular basis. But I'd welcome them to add anything to the record they'd like to. My quick Google search, and conceding for the moment that I asked, is benzene a carcinogen? And my Google search result came up. It said, yes, benzene is a well-documented known human carcinogen. Long-term exposure is strongly linked to blood cancers, specifically acute myeloid leukemia, chronic lymphocytic leukemia, and other blood disorders like aplastic anemia. It is classified as a group 1 carcinogen by major health agencies. Not being willing to stop at that and knowing the internet is sometimes wrong, let me also provide for the record a copy of benzene and cancer risks from the American Cancer Society, and that indicates what it is. It's a colorless, flammable liquid with a sweet odor. It evaporates quickly when exposed to air. And that American Cancer Society article then goes out to spell out a bit of information about the other health conditions that benzene can cause. So, it's been pointed out that we don't have a strict rule, but we also don't have a strict rule that we're supposed to stick our head in the sand and act like ostriches. And one thing historically that we've done here, and I've seen every planning commissioner in every district do it, is ask for community participation. It's real clear where this community stands. There's no doubt about that. I just don't see where this is a appropriate use of this property. There are other appropriate uses available, and I think we made the right motion and approved the right motion last year. And I'm going to recommend we offer that as a substitute motion again at the end of the discussion. But in doing so, I will ask that we go ahead and whatever goes in here, that we get that raised median on Bells Ferry Road to stop those illegal left turns.
For clarity, you're asking for the raised median at the public shopping center to stop the illegal left turns?
I don't know that we can deal with another property, but we can deal with this property. We can have a raised median. I believe we can deal with a raised median here, but perhaps staff can clarify. Is that something beyond our purview to require a raised median along the middle of the road where it adjoins the subject property?
The Board of Commissioners can definitely do that,
Yeah.
with a motion.
Thank you. I understand we just make recommendations, but yes, okay. Thank you.
And Planning Commission, just to be clear, Commissioner Boyne's substitute motion was to approve it to the same minutes that were approved by this board October 7th, 2025 for Z18.
But yes, but with a raised, with a, and you have those with you today?
Yeah.
So if you can read them in if we need them, but it would be with the additional express requirement that the applicant provide a raised median on Bells Ferry Road parallel to the I guess what would be the eastern boundary of the subject tract.
Commissioner Dance?
I would, is your substitute motion already offered? Yes. Okay.
Apparently, yes. If not, that's my motion, and to make sure I don't overstep, that would be in the form of a recommendation that the Board of Commissioners approve.
Okay, if you've offered the substitute motion, then I would second it now. I do have a question on that, just because based upon our, and just so the public knows what we're talking about, previously, the motion was made by Mr. Beloin to recommend approval to the NRC zoning district subject to the following prohibitions: fuel sales, drive-through restaurants or businesses with drive-through window, car washes, automotive uses, pawn shops, vape shops, liquor sales, tobacco sales, of the allowable uses within RC, any site plan to be approved by the district commissioner, plus what he just added. Based upon our conversation today, it seems like it might be appropriate to say alcohol or liquor sales as opposed to just liquor sales.
As prohibited?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please make that additional revision.
So we did have a second from the motion made by Commissioner Bloin, by Commissioner Dance. I think just for clarity's sake, thank you for reading that original motion from, I believe it was October. Let's plainly state what the difference is in the first motion from Commissioner Micheletto to the second motion from Commissioner Bloin. What would be the change in this substitute motion based on what was originally offered up?
Originally offered today or originally offered in October?
Well, basically, we're saying what is the key differences, not reading through all of the elements, but what are the key, yes, if you could, Commissioner Micheletto.
The key differences between my motion and Commissioner Beloin's motion are the additional prohibited uses being fuel sales and increasing the liquor sales to also include alcohol, tobacco sales being all tobacco and not just freestanding tobacco. And then also would be not including number 5. So it would include my stipulation number 4, which was the entrance on Bells Ferry is to be right turn in only with the physical raised media. It would not include number 5, which is the entrance exit on Barrett Parkway. And it would not include number 6, which is the working with shopping center to gain internal use, or gain use of the internal drive and the ability to use the left hand out onto Bells Ferry. And it would also not include number 7, which was the donation of trees, shrubs, and planting materials to the schools. or number 8, which was the additional fence along the retaining wall and additional fencing for security measures, the building. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Any?
Does it sound like we need to restate the motion? Because it sounds like your motions are very similar, but there are key elements that need to be included from your motion as well. Does it sound like we need to restate the motion to include all of the things from Commissioner Burloin and adding your additional stipulations as well?
I would say one other point before we do that is that, I mean, I think the key point, the key big difference that stands out is fuel cells. And so, do any discussion just around that?
I'm going to be very clear on this. I have children, and I am not positing on the effects of benzene being the most amazing thing, or that I am somehow with my head in the sand on them either. I am saying that from where this fuel comes out to the closest point on the parking lot, not just the road, it's almost 200 feet, and it's also about 200, a little over 200 to the KinderCare. So in your statement, you were saying that that 175 is about where things start to drop off. I am also saying that we have a prime corner that has to have something built there. It has to have something, right? And this particular solution did bring with it positives for the community, which is a turn lane, a 10-foot continuation of this breezeway that the county is trying to make this walking trail. It does help with some of the traffic, so there were inherent positives. It also increases traffic less than a freestanding restaurant or some of the other uses, because these are capturing the drive-by uses. And it would also help put pressure on that illegal left at the Publix, because it's harder to take one if the road is being used. That is where I was coming from. So I'm not sure if that sheds any light onto it, but it was not made in a vacuum.
Okay.
Just to your point regarding the concern about fast food restaurants, I think whether a fast food restaurant with a drive-through or a fuel cells operation, either one I think is going to be inappropriate here. And I just want to be clear, I do want to see both of those restricted or prevented.
I don't disagree with the restaurants.
But that, and the other points, I think, in the original motion, I think were particularly with a view to there being fuel cells in a gas station, and so I'm not sure that they're all needed if we're not going to allow those uses. If the Board of Commissioners is not going to allow those uses.
So now what?
Any further discussion?
Restate your motion.
Yeah, Commissioner Dance, I feel like you got something you want to say, but I do think Commissioner Massey's correct. At some point, after any further discussion here, we do need to restate the motion. We need to go ahead and vote on the motion, and then if that motion does not pass for whatever reason, then we need to cite another motion and move forward.
So in order for that to happen, do we need to vote on mine so that the second motion can be entered?
That's
or
a
no, we
great-
don't have to vote the first one down. You just have to modify with.
Right now, the
Commissioner
motion to be considered is the substitute motion. If it's approved or a final recommendation on that, then it either voids out the previous motion or a recommendation is made. So you don't necessarily have to backtrack unless this motion fails. Then Micheletto's motion is the one to be considered.
Okay.
So.
All right, Commissioner Dance, your thoughts, and then we will restate the motion from Commissioner Bloin.
So I'm following up on this comment. I do think the current substitute motion would be enhanced at least by recommending that items 4 through 8 off Commissioner Micheletto's list be included either as items for this or items that a district commissioner should be recommended to consider if it were to come to him. So however you might think about that.
7 and 8 would be specific to this. So if you were going to include mine, I would include 4 through 6.
Say what?
4 through 6 for my additional. 7
4
and 8
through
are
6.
specific to this development.
Okay, and so how would you like to phrase that?
I don't want to phrase it anyway. I liked my original motion.
Right, but I mean, if we said 4 through 6 was your entrance on Bellsbury was a right turn in only, entrance on Barrett were right in and out only, and working with the shopping center would be
Yes.
part of
Yes.
this motion.
Yes.
I would ask that those be added if there's a consensus. Mr.
All right.
Bloin.
Commissioner Bloin, would you like to restate your
Could I see 4 through 6?
motion, and then
Thank
we
you.
will
Oh, yes.
entertain a motion? Entertain a
Yes.
second.
Yes. Okay. Motion is for, the substitute motion is for the motion that was made and approved in, what was it, October? October 7th. So all that verbiage, and that would expressly include the prohibition of fuel sales and drive-through restaurants and businesses with a drive-through window. There are also
Car wash.
a series of other items in that I won't repeat, but they're in that motion. And that included, the second point was all the other allowable uses within RC, any final site plan to be approved by district commissioner. And then the liquor sales component, the subpart G, is being amended to be liquor sales or any alcohol beverage sales. In addition, points 4 through 6, which I'll go ahead and read to try to avoid confusion. 4, the entrance on Bells Ferry Road is to be a right turn in only with a physical/raised median and plastic bollards to prevent left turns. 5, the entrance exit on Barrett Parkway is to be right turn in/right turn out only. Physical raised median must be built to prevent left turns. Limited availability of right out during school drop-off period is encouraged. Number 6, the applicant is to be encouraged to work with the shopping center to seek internal circulation, drive, and use of possible access to Bells Ferry Road. So with those additional points, I think that covers it. Okay.
Okay, we
Is there
have,
is there still a second?
well, we have amended the amendment, so we do need another second. We have a second from Commissioner Dance. Any further discussion? And so this is to, any further discussion first?
No.
Just only, I wasn't referring to my fellow planning commissioner as an ostrich. I was suggesting that we, as a group, need to continue this inquiry as a non-scientist towards some objective standard in the best interest of all concerned, including the fuel cells community.
Appreciate that.
Yes. All right, call the question. Okay. And the motion that was on the table that Commissioner Bloin laid out has passed for recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. No votes were Commissioner Michaeletto and Commissioner Fawcett. All right. For that will wrap up. That was case Z10, 2026. It'll move forward to the Board of Commissioners for their final approval or denial. With that said, it is 11:15. Let's just take probably a 10-minute break just due to the length of that last case, and we'll resume with our next case before lunch. We are back live on our program, and we need to go ahead and make sure we move forward with our meeting today. If you could please take your seats, silence all cell phones as we move forward, so we don't want to distract the taping. Okay, so for our commissioners, it is about close to 11:30. I want to make sure that we're cognizant of our time, of course, and your time, especially since we do have quite a few folks that are here in the room for specific cases. So just talking with our commissioners, are there any you'd like to move up on the agenda so that we can make the best use of everyone's time that's here? Commissioner, you have Massey.
I believe Commissioner Dance wanted to get an early head count for, was it Z17?
Z17?
Yes, they need an they want an early head count, Madam Chair. So for rezoning case Z17 of 2026, Hero Murillo, can I get a show of people here who are opposed to that case? Please stand up and raise your hands. Okay, let the record show there's 13 people here opposed to rezoning case Z17. Can I also get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z17? Please stand up and raise your hands. In support. Okay, let the record show there's 5 people here in support of rezoning case Z17. And what case does the board want to hear next?
That's a good question. Let's talk through that. Of course, next on the agenda would be Z16. But after that, we do have Z4, which we have, I believe, 54 people here in opposition to it. So quite a few folks in the room, so.
LUP 10.
I'm sorry, LUP 10 for support, 54 people for support. So Dance and Commissioner Massey, which would you prefer to move forward? Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and move up LUP 10 just for the sake of time. I'm pretty sure after that case, we will move for a lunch break and then resume. So just wanted to make sure you guys are aware of that in case you need to coordinate your schedules. John?
Okay. Next case on the agenda is LUP 10 of 2026, McKeecher Memorial Methodist Church Incorporated. Request a temporary land use permit for light automotive repair in land lots 463, 464, 499, and 500 of the 19th District. The property is located on the south side of Mountain Road, west of Hopkins Road. The applicant is present. Earlier, there's 3 people here opposed to the case and 54 people in support. All those who would like to address the board either for or against LUP 10, please come forward and be sworn in.
All right, so you've been sworn in, sir?
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, good morning to you. You may go ahead and proceed. You have 10 minutes time.
I stay sworn in. That's the part of the burden that we bear.
All right.
Thank you, and I was just checking my phone. It is still morning. Good morning. My name is Adam Rosen with Rosen, and Riley. Thank you for accommodating us being a little bit earlier. I know you did this for us last time, and I was late getting coffee, so glad to be here this time. And glad to be back. I know it's been a month since we were originally heard and held. This is the land use permit request for McKeecher Memorial Methodist Church in the car care ministry, and you got to hear a lot about that last month. We spent a lot of time talking about the ministry and the ministry activities, I think, and I'd like to focus today, especially since we are back with some feedback, some comment, and some direction from this planning commission, not necessarily to rehear the case, but to report back to you, and we'll tell you what we've done differently and where we are thinking as far as moving forward, and some progress that we think that we have made. So we were held at that time that you heard from us. You heard from our pastor, Lee Stevenson. You heard from the chief of the car care ministry, David McCoy, and Mark Harper, who's a longtime congregation member and builder in the county, who spoke to some of the points that were raised by some opposition about some of the comments in the land disturbance permit review, construction comments and things. So you got to hear a little bit of all of that from each of them. Everybody that you heard from last time is here again, plus the several others that you saw the head count for this morning. So thank you for hearing it for that long last time and letting us come back today to continue the work. So again, this is the property here at the intersection of Hopkins Road and Macklin Road. One thing we didn't show you last time, this is Macklin Road at the property's location. So one of the heavier state route traveled areas of the county, and and Macklin Road varies, but this is the location where it's 4-lane, heavily trafficked in front of the church. We showed you this that showed, yes, we got too far too fast in the process, but that has helped us do a couple of things. One is we've been through the land disturbance permit process. We have a better look at what's to come for the future if this board and the commissioners are going to approve the application, to see in advance what we'll hit when we get to the land disturbance permit process again, plan review, and actual construction. So you can see on the ground what actually this will look like. What clearing has taken place is the clearing that will be needed for it to be built. There's not more clearing to be done. So you can see the buffering that's around the property after the clearing is there, and the separation between us, the residential properties, the stormwater detention pond that's already in place. Everything's ready to go, of course, but subject to the land use permit request and its approval. We showed you the exterior architecture. This has not changed. We do ask that it be subject to district commissioner approval because one of the things that I'll show you in a minute has changed, and that may change the architecture, but either way, this is consistent with what you will see the building to look like in the future, subject to district commissioner approval. We spent a long time talking about this interior view. We don't always get into the weeds of what the interior of a building is going to look like at the zoning phase, but because we had proposed and still continue to propose a building that serves multiple purposes for this church. You saw in that first picture the full parking lot. This church has been blessed to grow. They have a lot of activities. One of the driving forces, of course, is the car care ministry, but we wanted to come up with a way to have this building serve a lot of different functions, and maybe too much with the way that we tried to have the entire building function as car care and as everything else. So this is what we showed you last time. Since then, we've gone back, we've reduced the amount of car care space, and we've made a defined space on the interior for other activities that removes a bay facing one of our adjoining residential neighbors. It reduces the number of car care activities. It also creates a defined fixed firewall separation, not just a movable wall, that separates the activities of the church that are not car care related and those that are. And part of that came from discussion and comment and feedback from you, from folks that we've talked to in the community, and from working with and talking to the fire department, which the applicant was able to do since we last were here, to have them review the plans, review the concept, review the idea that we're trying to have a building that does multiple things. This takes away the concern that we're going to have a wall that we're moving and it's going to be activities in the same room as the room that is going to be the car care ministry. I will remind you that one of the things that you heard from Mr. McCoy last month is that of those 2 nights a week at most, and for those limited hours that we've proposed, those aren't going to be church activities at the same time. So we know that there's not that direct conflict of those uses, but just to make sure that we know that there's not going to be a mixture of those uses, we now have a fixed wall, a fixed separation, and that's included in our stipulation letter to identify that these uses aren't going to blend between each other, even though they're going to be in the same building. Commissioner Dance asking about the light automotive definition, those things that came up, I think this is the way that we feel like we can reduce the intensity, fix that separation between the uses, still meet the other requirements of light automotive, but maybe do it in a better way than we had before. We talked about the landscaping that has already been installed. That was done as a part of, again, one of the benefits of having gone through the land disturbance permit process already. The county has already reviewed and approved and knows what landscaping is out there. I gave you kind of the invoice from the landscaping company so you can see the many different things that have already been planted. That will take some time to be a big screening buffer, but it will be. And there's already existing mature trees that separate our property from residential neighbors. Also put a little bit of a screenshot of the definition section of the code. Light automotive repair isn't a stranger to or isn't disallowed from being next door to residential properties. In fact, the definition itself says that when it is adjacent to residentially zoned properties, contemplating obviously that it is, when it is, then it has things to attenuate sound. Landscaping, fencing are two things that are mentioned in the definition. We have both of those. We had landscaping, we now have both of those after discussions with one of our adjoining neighbors about including a privacy fence, and I'll tell you about that. So this, one thing we didn't get to do a lot of last time is to talk about the stipulations in our stipulation letter. We have a revised letter, mostly the same as what it was before. We now have a condition to install a fence, and we now have a condition that says that the uses won't mix with each other and that there will be fixed separation. Otherwise, largely the same as what we had presented to you before, but didn't get a lot of time to really dive into those and why those conditions actually impact how we are not going to be a disturbance to the residential neighbors. And a lot of it is tracking the county code. A lot of it goes beyond that in what's being proposed. So again, we talked about the days and hours of operation. 2 days a week at most. They were 2 days a month and probably will be 2 days a month to start. And we're limited hours 5 to 9 and 8 to 6. So again, we're not looking at this being a use that's every day, all day. It's at most 2 days a week. The interior and architecture renderings that you've seen, the interior and the exterior we're expecting to be approved, subject to approval by the district commissioner. So you know that what you're seeing now still has another round of approval at the commissioner level and at the permitting level. All vehicle maintenance indoors, that's also tracking the light industrial, the light automotive definition, the maintenance and replacement of that landscaping that's already there, so we're making sure that we're committed to that being there and being replaced as needed. There's a landscape buffer around the perimeter, so they're going to be required not only to maintain what's there, that's already a part of their land disturbance permit process, but also for the buffer. The number 7 is the wooden privacy fence that we've talked about with the owner of 2300 and 2320 Hopkins Road. Those are these two residential properties adjoining our property, and we've committed to running a fence along the back of those properties, which is about 250 feet, an 8-foot privacy fence. No outside storage. So that's no outside storage of vehicles, parts, merchandise, no activity outside, no actual repair activity outside. Again, that's tracking with the light automotive definition. Cars parked in a designated space, no long-term storage. We also talked with the fire department at length and have focused on at length how we handle the storage of chemicals and the removal of oils, and that's something that will be done regularly. Chemicals would be stored in a fire-safe cabinet. Those things that you'll see at other customary light automotive repair facilities, those are items that they know to expect to have to prove to the fire department in their review process. And then limiting deliveries to no box truck or tractor trailer truck. So you're going to see a passenger vehicle there at most for this operation. So again, thank you for your time. There's a lot that we've had to talk about, and we appreciate you considering again, and please ask us questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have opposition for this case, I believe. If you could come to the front, you have a total of 10 minutes for all those that would like to speak on behalf of the opposition. Please state your name for the record before sharing your thoughts. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is George Whitman, and we live directly adjacent to the church property. The long line on the bottom there is ours, sharing more than 1/8 of a mile of border with the church. I represent the neighbors. who chose this corridor for its R20 residential character. I stand today to discuss land use. Cobb County professional staff has thoroughly reviewed this application and issued a recommendation for denial. Commissioner Micheletto already hit the nail on the head at the last meeting, characterizing this as a round peg in a square hole. I'm here to ensure that the county's own experts are not ignored. Staff's logic is sound, their analysis is clear, and the conclusion is denial. This application is not for a church expansion. It's for an 8-bay industrial footprint. The entire purpose of our R20 zoning is to act as a barrier, to protect residential life from industrial intrusion. An 8-bay shop, regardless of its mission or nonprofit status, is a direct violation of that barrier. It is a fundamental mismatch of scale. If this permit is approved, what message does that send to the homeowners of District 4? Does it not imply that the residential designation on the deed, on our deeds, is a suggestion rather than a protection? Are you not sending a message that in West Cobb, Saturday business hours, pneumatic tools, and the glare of industrial security lighting belong in the heart of a neighborhood? We believe they do not. And here's the reality that we face. For the applicant and the 54 church members you see here today, this is a workplace. When their day is done, they lock the door and drive away to their own quiet neighborhoods. But for us, there is no going home. We are home. We have to live with the outcome of this decision 24 hours a day for the next 730 days. And then we will have to go through this entire process all over again. You're being asked to trade our 24/7 sanctuary for their 9-to-5 project. Our pasture, our peace, and our property values are on the line. We understand the technical hurdles we presented in the last meeting are handled later in the permitting process. But today, this commission is asked to decide if the use belongs here ever. Approving this creates a permanent precedent. It signals to developers that they can bypass the comprehensive land use plan simply by labeling a high-intensity business as a ministry. It places an enforcement burden on the county as well as local neighbors for a use that was explicitly recommended against. Your own staff has provided the facts. We, the neighbors, give you the stakes. Now, respectfully, we ask you to do your duty and uphold the R20 standard, protect the master plan, deny LUP 10. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there others that are speaking on behalf of the opposition? Okay. All right, thank you. This is in District 4, so I ask Commissioner Massey to lead us in our discussion.
I'd love to start with fire, please. Fire and safety.
Jeff Berg, Cobb Fire.
Mr. Berger, thank you so much for being with us this morning. The last month, we were interested in learning and happy that you were able to meet with the applicant to review their renderings and their plans. Can you discuss with us from your meetings with the applicant what fire and safety has concluded and what you guys are comfortable with or are comfortable with?
Yes, we did meet with them, and they provided us with some revised renderings that showed a meeting room separated with 1-hour firewall separation. And they also presented to us their oil storage. There will be no tank oil storage. So based on what they presented to us, we were satisfied with those renderings.
Is there inspections that fire and safety do or perform periodically during the process, or each year? Is there a time period where there can be inspections placed to ensure that there is safety should this be approved?
Absolutely, yes. We inspect the actual church, and we will be inspecting the new structure during construction as well as ongoing afterward, yearly.
Can you indicate how often those inspections incur after, I'm assuming that all of the, if approved, all proper inspections are placed for the building to be constructed, but afterwards, what's the inspection process like for ensuring that all of the materials are in fact being disposed of correctly and kept away and safe from children?
That structure will likely be reviewed as part of the church structure, probably not independently. So that being the case, there will be a checklist that the inspector will go through, and based on that checklist, they'll make sure that everything is being compliant.
Okay. Does anyone else have any other questions for fire and safety?
Is that compliance inspection annually or
Yes.
biannually?
Yes, annually.
Annually, okay.
Yes, sir. You don't have any major health concerns here, or is that beyond your purview? You're just really looking at, is there a fire risk? Is that?
That's beyond our purview.
Okay.
Really, we're concerned with being able to access the structure, which was approved through site plan review. And then once that's approved, or since that has been approved, we're concerned with safety, not so much the health benefits.
Thank you. I just note that folks here handled that correctly. They asked for the representative from the fire department, because if they had just yelled fire, we could have been arrested. So we're good. We got that covered. We got that covered.
Any other questions for fire and safety? Thank you, Officer Byrd. We appreciate you. Can I have the applicant back up, please?
Yes, ma'am.
First of all, thank you for working with the applicant and with all applicable departments to make some modifications per our request. You mentioned in your, that there's a stipulation letter that you have submitted to us that we've seen, and I'm sure that'll be entered into record. You also talked about a fence that is that a tree line fence, or is there an actual fence that you're going to erect for one of the neighbors?
Yes, ma'am. So number 7 in the May 4th stipulation letter is to install a wooden privacy fence 8 feet in height, and that will be along the along the adjoining property line between our property and those two square adjoining residential properties on Hopkins that are 2300 and 2320 Hopkins Road. And so the wooden privacy fence will be along that entire rear property line of that owner's property.
Okay.
So a fence, not just that's in addition to the landscaping that's already there.
One of the things that we talked about that I did not see in your stip letter speaks to signage. So if this were to be approved, we would love not to see signage from the exterior property, but maybe small directional would be allowed on in the interior to direct folks to that particular location. Is that something that you'd be willing to add to your stip letter?
Yes. If that was an oversight on my part, I apologize. We're not asking for signage along Macklin Road. I think we did talk last time about internal parking lot directional signage, which would be great, but we're not asking for signage to be on Macklin Road.
Okay. Does any of my other fellow commissioners have any questions for the applicant?
Just really quick, is there a reason why you wouldn't continue the wooden fence along this longer section? I believe that's the gentleman who's here in opposition.
I'd say a couple of reasons. For one, we have actually had, a couple of times had dialogue with Ms. Patterson and the ownership there, and have not had that opportunity with Mr. Whitman, which, I mean, I think we've had the opportunity, but wasn't necessarily interested, which is fine. And so we haven't had that discussion. I don't think that it's the same circumstance either, though. If you look closer or back to one of my aerials, you can see that the two properties along Hopkins Road are closer to the building, and there's less existing and future landscaping and less separation between the two. I think if you go from our proposed building back to the property line that adjoins Mr. Whitman and then run from that line back to his home, it's like 250 feet to the line and another 250 or so back to his property, and it's on the other side of that stormwater pond. It's back behind thicker stand of existing trees, if you can see in that area where his house is. So I think, it's a different consideration. We don't feel like that's the same appropriate request, even if that was the discussion that we had.
Thank you. Would you be amenable to it, should that come up in the future? Or to opening the conversation, should it be needed in the future?
I mean, I definitely don't have my client's permission to say yes to that right now.
Fair enough.
We're amenable to doing what it takes to, to make this a reality. This ministry is, bigger than something like that, but it all takes money too. And even getting to this point is raising money to get there. And, the doors opening towards Ms. Patterson's property on Hopkins Road, a fence and landscaping make a little more sense, and it's closer. So I don't know. I don't know that it's appropriate, but I don't want to say no. I can't say yes at this
Fair enough.
moment, but
That's
we'd
fine.
be happy to consider it.
Thank you.
I just had a clarification question. The STIP letter talks about a multipurpose facility, but then it had said that it was for talking about the light automotive use. So it's for two uses, right? Not just light automotive, but for the other facility use?
Correct.
Okay, and this is an application for 24-month life, right?
That's right,
And
yes,
so if the car care ministry were ever discontinued, what would be the use of the property?
I don't know. I mean, if it discontinues or this or future board doesn't approve a renewal, then I guess it's no longer automotive repair. They'd repurpose the inside and make it all other church-related activities. But for now, it's that separation between the two so that it will be multiple uses.
Okay, but I'm just trying to make sure that if you move forward, just go ahead and make sure that the multi-use and the automotive are both included as the purpose in your STIP letter.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the other, and part of the reason they got to where they got without this process was that I think any of the other activities, building a new building, having church-related activities, having expansion of the church, all of that is, if permitted, then it's appropriate. It's the auto repair that has obviously brought us here.
Right. Any other questions of the applicant? Go ahead, Fred.
Thank you. So you said you met with some of the neighbors. Did you reach agreement with some of the neighbors then? From some of your comments, the fence, the landscaping, was any of that by agreement with the neighbors, or did that come out of that?
Ms. Patterson is here. We talked with her for the entire time that you were hearing your prior case.
Okay.
I believe that we ended with a consensus, yes. I know that at the very least, she requested that if this board or the commissioners are to approve it, that she wanted a fence. Otherwise, I'd have to let you hear from her.
I think I heard you to say you would limit operations here to 2 days a week?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
That's correct, and that has always been the application and in our letter and in the application itself, 2 days a week, Thursday, Saturday.
Does your STIP letter expressly limit it to those 2 days?
Yes, sir, it
Thursday and
does.
Saturday. So the opposition has no need to be concerned about Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Friday automotive work out there.
Or Sunday, that's correct.
Yeah. You guys probably have something else to do on Sunday
Right.
anyway, right?
They have a lot to do.
Commercial. So let me kind of twix this now. I remember something from the last go-round when you folks were last here, where there was discussion about working on older cars and not charging people very much money. Can you kind of go back into those details? How that works? Just trying to establish that we're not getting into a full-fledged competition with a business that's in a commercially zoned location.
Sure, that probably is going back to the purpose of the ministry and how it practically gets to potentially these doors is through someone contacting the car care ministry, asking to be considered for as a recipient of their services. They ask them to contribute or pay for the cost, and I think a lot of times if the ability is not there even for that, they provide all of the services for free, including the labor, through the car care ministry nonprofit that's a separate entity, a nonprofit entity.
Do they ever charge for the labor?
No charge for the labor.
Never. Never? Is that, okay. So is that a stip in here? Is there a stipulation here that they won't charge for labor?
No, there isn't a stip on that.
Is that something you folks would be willing to consider?
I think so. I think that's kind of that's the.
Okay. No, because.
Excuse me, we do have to keep silence for the audience, so please.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm responsible for the breach of decorum, don't worry. I usually am, though, but.
Don't take that on.
No, I just think for Mr. Whitman's point, I think it's fair to try to make sure that, what happens here doesn't become I'm just looking for some way to limit this so it doesn't become a competing business to other car care places in the area. That's.
I understand that. I think that's the, what drives the mission. So yes, that would be something they would be willing to. I think that the distinction is labor is not charged, parts are asked to be paid for, and if they can't be, usually are not charged, but that would be the only.
I wouldn't even ask for anything on part. I would just say if we could limit it to not charging for labor I'd be really good with it. Well, as far as the tree line that we see here, that's a pretty healthy tree buffer, you're going to have to cut into that a little bit to build this thing. Is that fair?
No, if you, a couple of the other aerials that we showed actually show it post-clearing because they were issued their land disturbance permit and got to the point of clearing, the parking lot's in.
So the trees we see here will remain?
The trees that you see now are the existing condition, other than what has been added to it by the recent plantings.
So I'm looking at this, and you were the famous person who ended up, if I recall right, representing the guy with the turbocharged car once upon a time on Kennesaw Due West Road, right? But we worked out an appropriate series of stipulations there, didn't we? But
Yes. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to comment on that.
okay, but I'm not trying to really go back there, but I mean, here, what we have, there's a pretty healthy distance. Can you give me the approximate distance between this building you're going to build and then the nearest residence here? Do you have a little bit of a handle on that? Because it looks like it's going to be a good 100 feet. It's not like a 10-foot or 20-foot situation here.
Yeah, that's right. I can show you what I was maybe poorly explaining earlier. So okay, this is the back of the two adjoining properties where I have, again, poorly shown what a fence line would be. That's 250 feet. And so if you were to run that 250-foot red line from the back of those properties, going west towards the detention pond, you can get a gauge of, how far that distance is. And then this is what I was explaining earlier about, you know, taking an approximate location of the back of the building or part of the building and running to the line and then over to Mr. Whitman's home. So it's, I would say, significant distance.
It looks like it's over 100 yards. It looks like a football field apart. And you got a tree line in between the whole way.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then my last question is just kind of a cleanliness thing in terms of church picnics and auto repairs being in the same space. What are the protocols on that? If you can just kind of address that. It's something I'm not entirely familiar with, though I have been in a barn before for a social function. But can you just kind of comment on how they plan to clean up after, if you know, or if somebody else needs to?
For regular, sure. You wanna-
Thank you, sir. Have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay,
He
all
has.
right, thank you.
I thought he might be needed.
Please state your name again for us.
Okay, as far as distance.
Sir, could you please state
Oh,
your
I'm
name
sorry, Dave
again?
McCoy.
Thank you.
Distance from the building on the Hopkins side, the two adjoining properties to the east of us is 47 yards from the closest point of the new building to the back of their house. And the distance from the closest corner of the building to Mr. Whitman's property is 147 yards.
And so you mentioned potentially a fence for those neighbors along Hopkins Road. Would that be on your side of the tree line, meaning the church's side of the tree line, or the side of the tree line that is closest to the back of their property?
It would be just inside of their property, on their property, so on the other side. So it'll be fence and then our landscaping and then our building.
Okay, gotcha.
And he asked, Mr. Boyne asked about.
Oh, the cleanup. There's not going to be any functions whatsoever other than car care in the car care maintenance area. There will be no other activities or anything in that area
That makes
other
it
than
easy.
car care.
Thank you.
Just to clarify on the fence, will the church maintain ownership of the fence, or are you donating it to the property owners if they want to paint it or maintain it or
Yeah,
whatever?
we would be paying for it, installing it, and then it would be theirs to own.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions of the applicant? I'd like to hear from the opposition, please. Mr. Whitman. Thank you so much for coming and all of your diligence through this process. Based on what you heard from the applicant and all the questions that we've had, can you kind of give us an update of how you are feeling in regards to your opposition? What would you like to see that would that might help if it would? Just, I want to hear from you.
Fundamentally, it's the wrong use. So we can get into stipulations, and we have plenty that we'll be prepared to bring to the table. But first things first, we want to make sure that we're making the argument that this is not the right use for this location.
Okay. So your opposition is the usage, and then what stipulations would you have if we were to consider approving?
Sure. Just offhand, I would say lighting restrictions, timers on the lighting so that the lights don't run all night long. I would say a massive investment of green wall, because basically there's some misinformation. The best thing to look at here for everybody's view is this left. They've already cleared all those trees out in the right image. All those trees on the right of their box there, that's all gone and clear cut 9 months ago. The only thing left between Sylvia, you want to come show that picture of what it looks like from your house right now going over to the church? Because they're
We'll
trying
have
to make
to
it
swear her,
seem.
hold on one second, we'll have to swear her in first.
It seems to me like they're trying to say that there's some landscaping there that they've actually already cut down. And these images are old. And so it showed, especially on the right there, that massive bank of trees was clear cut last year. And here is an image to show what the view is from her property over to the church right now after the clear cut.
Madam Chair, may I provide a point of clarity? At
Please.
this point, because the public hearing is closed and we're just in questioning from the members of the Planning Commission, only persons can speak upon invitation by the Planning Commission at this point. So certainly it's in the discretion by any of you to invite another speaker up, but somebody else who is speaking does not have the ability to bring somebody else up without express permission from this.
Okay.
I apologize for that protocol
Thank
breach.
you. No, and thank you for that clarity, Brian. Commissioner Massey, though, you are fine with additional?
I am additional,
And
with
if
her
you
bringing that up,
could state your name, please. Could you please approach the podium, ma'am, and please state your name, just also what you're about to share with us as well.
Okay, my name is Sylvia Patterson Santos, and I'm just gonna show you pictures of the noise line, the trees. So you can actually see from my property, you can see into the parking lot of the church's property.
Just speak into the microphone a little bit more. I just want to make sure we can hear you.
Okay.
You can, just the last part, if you could, repeat.
You can actually see the church from my backyard.
Okay.
I am actually on top of the hill and they're further down on the hill, but their property is still some property is still on the hill. That's the reason why I wanted the fence.
that was going to be my question to you, Ms. Patterson. So you did agree to
Yes.
the fence from the applicant. So your property will be the property, should this application be approved, that the applicant will place the fence on so that it provides a buffer for your view, correct?
Yes.
And you are satisfied with that?
I'm satisfied with the fence. I'm not satisfied with the building, as I told them before. I wish they could put it somewhere else that would
Understood.
agree to. But if you guys decide to put the building, I heard that you were talking to the fire commissioner. Can they do every 6 months inspection? I'm concerned about the children. They did change the specs on the building that it's going to be floor to ceiling. That way, the fumes and anything that accumulates, that rises, doesn't, affect anyone else in there.
Thank you. I appreciate your feedback. I appreciate that. Does anyone else have any questions for the opposition?
Did you have one?
Just for point of clarity, the picture that you have, the debris pile, is that on your property or their
Yes.
property? Okay, so the fence will be more in line with where the tall stand trees are.
Yes, so we're gonna clean anything that's in the backyard. I had got sick, so.
No,
we
it's
couldn't
okay.
pull
I
up.
just didn't know if the fence was going in front of it or if it was
Yeah.
going behind it, that's all.
It
No
should
worries.
be-
We all have projects at home, no worries.
So, yeah, everything is gonna get cleaned up, but I agree to the fence. I don't agree to the building. And that's just my thing. I don't think it should go there, but if you guys decide that it's gonna come up, I did speak to them and I agreed that I will be watching them.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Mr. Whitman, did you have anything else that you wanted to share with us really quickly?
I did. If we can go back there, yeah. So the actual amount of visible blockage on the south side of the property, they're kind of trying to make that seem like that's a big dense tree line. It's not. So there's full visibility from the corner of my property almost to the beginning of my paved driveway, if that makes sense. The little bit of the driveway, yeah, right there. So that whole stretch right there, that's about 150 yards. No, go to the right of that. Yeah, from there down to the end of that corner to the right. Yeah, that whole section right there, pure visibility straight through. All the trees there are pines and they're old, and so it looks like there is a tree line there and a big green wall, but there's not. So they've not, they came into this with like a really fancy kind of landscaping plan that they implemented on their own. And I hear them again and again trying to take credit as if that's somehow for us. They put all that and spent all that money on their own accord. They didn't do that because we asked them to. And they did, and it's not green wall type of landscaping. It's like a magnolia tree here and a little, baby tree here. And I mean, one day, yeah, in 5 years or something, it'll be a lot more on my neighbor's side. But on our property line, there's been no effort, no communication, no offer for any kind of anything in that regard. And granted, I haven't asked. I'll be honest, that hasn't been part of my strategy in this to try to extract a toll. But should the commission decide that this is the way to go, then that, in my mind, that toll then is enacted. And we will need some stipulations to make sure that this is right.
Understood. Thank you so much. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
you. Oh, sure. Mr. Whitman, if you'll come
Before
back,
you
I
step-
think we have another
before you
question
step
for
down.
you.
It's
No, you're
okay.
fine.
So just out of curiosity, how long have you been on your property?
Since 2016, January 1st, 2016.
Okay, and has there been a significant storm or something that's taken out the trees that were along that tree line?
Pardon me?
Has that tree line been demolished based on this construction or some severe
Are
storms?
we talking about the bottom tree line there?
Yeah, the one that separates you from the church.
Yeah, there's no destruction or demolition of
Okay,
that
so
tree
it's
line.
it's always been that way, it's just now it's a little more egregious because of the new building.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so you'd like to see
Well, the
some
reality
trees.
is if you look to the right, that's how it used to be before they clear cut everything. So it used to be this really nice grove of trees that was really, truthfully was a really nice landscaping buffer.
Okay, so the buffer has been thinned. Okay,
Oh, it's been way thinned, yeah.
okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Can I have the applicant up really quickly, please? Just have one final question. Possibly. Per Mr. Whitman's testimony, would the applicant consider adding some additional landscaping buffer so as to mitigate the view from his home?
Yes, I believe
Reduce
so.
the view? Okay.
Sure.
All right, very good. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Anything else for the applicant or anyone else? All right. All right, I am ready to make my motion for LUP 10. My motion is to approve LUP 10 with the stipulation letter, the updated stipulation in tow. Adding some additional stipulations to that would be to plant some additional landscaping buffer as previously discussed, to add the stipulation of no payment for labor for the work that is being done, and for all final approval of building, et cetera, to be done by Board of Commission. And all staff recommendations included.
Second.
And this will be for 24 months.
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Bloin. Any discussion?
I have a quick question. Can you add to that the request that fire inspect it during the 24 months on a 6-month basis?
Yes, adding the requirement that fire will inspect every 6 months after.
I still second.
One other, can we add that there'd be lighting restrictions and timers on the lights that are facing the residential properties?
We can. I believe that's in the stip letter, but yes. Nope,
Still
absolutely.
second.
All right, after the amended motion, we still have a second from Commissioner Bloin. Any further discussion? Call the question. Okay, and LUP 10 passes 5-0 with the stipulation and additional moment. All right, thank you again for all, of course, all of the community and just citizenship engagement in all of the cases that we've had this morning. That's a good thing. At this time, we will have a break for lunch. Typically we've done an hour. So we'll return here at 1:30 to conclude the rest of the agenda. Good afternoon. We will go ahead and move to get started with the rest of our agenda. We're going to make a little bit of a change to the agenda plans and move to SLUP 6 as far as the next agenda item. I'll turn it over to John Peterson to walk us through our agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, next case we're going to hear is SLEP 5 of 2026, Sugar Bear Properties. Excuse me, that's not the right one. Next case we're going to hear is SLUP 6 of 2026, Wollaston Enterprises LLC requests a special land use permit for an automobile storage yard and towing facility in land lot 66 of the 20th District. Property is located at the northwest intersection of New McEver Road and Huddlestone Bridge Parkway. The applicant is present. Earlier, there's eight people here opposed to it. Anyone want to address the board either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
There you go. Who does the? Yeah. There you go. Perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Moore, you can proceed.
Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Kevin Moore. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Wollaston Enterprises. For property, you can see on your screen, it's zoned heavy industrial on New McEver Road. It's also adjacent to the Huddleston subdivision. I'm going to depart from kind of how you would normally expect a presentation to ensue. Last week, we had submitted a letter of continuance within the time frame. It unfortunately wasn't picked up. And so on the agenda, it was still advertised as being heard today. But we had had ongoing discussions with the adjoining homeowners association, their representatives, and I had committed to them that we would be continuing this case so that it would be ultimately heard in June, and that I would not present a normal presentation for our basis for why we believe you should approve this request. And so I want to honor that commitment, and that's why it came before you this morning as a request for continuance. But I want to honor the commitment that we made on our behalf. Some people did show up. It would have been a lot more had word not gotten out to the extent it did, but there would have been a lot more people. But these folks did show up, did not receive that message, wanted to make sure. And certainly I want to honor our process. If folks show up and want to be heard, if there's one thing I do believe in is the process that we have here for rezonings. So again, what I'm presenting is our request that this now be held to your June meetings and the June Board of Commissioners meeting thereafter. That would allow us some time. We believe that there is some paths that are available for further discussion and solutions that would benefit those folks involved in their interest, and I would like to have that opportunity to continue to seek those solutions. And with that, respectfully request your vote to hold this case till next month. I appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have the opposition here as well, so we'll give you a total of 10 minutes to speak as well. You can go make your way to the podium. Please state your name before you begin your comments. You do have a total of 10 minutes for all of those that would like to speak, so please share your time accordingly.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Porter. I'm the president of the Huddlestone Bridge Homeowners Association. As Mr. Moore stated, we have been in communication about the special land use permit application for this property. If you can, I'd like to also state for the record that an opposition letter has been submitted for this application by Mayor Tommy Olligood of the City of Ackworth, as well as State Representative Lisa Campbell. I believe you all may have received that via email, but I have copies for you today if that's easier to reference. Lisa Campbell was here with us today. She had to leave due to prior commitments, but I'll do my best to summarize some of her comments for the record. She addresses the zoning board members and the commissioners, and says, as a resident and property owner in a surrounding area, and as a House representative of District 35, Lisa Campbell has serious concerns regarding this proposal for the following reasons. It violates community character. Huddlestone Bridge, McEver Park, Legacy Park, together in the immediate proximity of this land parcel, make up over 2,000 homes. Actually, probably closer to 3,000. Our neighborhoods and HOAs have worked closely with the county and cities for years to maintain safety, protect quality of life, and ensure integrity of our community entrances, spaces, and carefully maintain them for decades. The proposed impound lot, installation of an 8-foot chain link fence with razor wire and bright security lighting, as well as the loss of the Huddlestone Bridge entrance monument and landscaping as outlined in the SLUP application, would dramatically alter the character of our community. She cites that it creates traffic and safety issues with many children walking to nearby Ackworth Elementary and Barber Middle schools, and the proposed tow development exacerbates the existing traffic congestion and creates dangerous conditions for pedestrians, specifically school children. She goes on to say that this requires inappropriate variances, of which I'll speak about in just a moment. The site cannot accommodate the proposed traffic, requiring extensive variances for setbacks, building size, fencing, and landscaping. And then also she cites the negative economic and environmental impact. The project will negatively impact surrounding property values and create or fails to mitigate significant noise, light pollution, and safety concerns. Similar to junkyards or industrial sites, a lot filled with broken down or damaged cars, towed vehicles, creates an eyesore that lowers the aesthetic appeal of a neighborhood. The visual blight can cause potential buyers to avoid the area. Further, tow lots may have issues with leaking fluids, which can raise concerns about contamination and affected desirability of adjacent land. Now I'd like to share my thoughts. We recognize that this parcel is indeed zoned for heavy industrial, and certain uses are permitted by that right. However, this applicant is requesting an approval for an auto tow yard, which requires a special land use permit. By definition, this indicates that a use has potential for greater negative impact on surrounding properties, and in this case, that impact would be significant. A tow yard is fundamentally incompatible with adjacent residential neighborhoods. Placing this type of operation at the front of our entrance of our community would be extraordinarily detrimental to the character, safety, and livability of our neighborhood. Based on the SLUP analysis criteria outlined by Cobb County Zoning Ordinance and provided by your planner assigned to this case, there has already been a recommendation for denial, supported by substantial evidence. We ask that you give that recommendation serious weight. Specifically, the applicant is requesting variances that would eliminate required landscaping buffering that exists to shield nearby homes and roadways from the visual and physical impacts of stored and impounded vehicles. Removing these protections only intensifies the negative effects on our community. Additionally, the applicant has not provided any written stipulations, leaving significant uncertainty about how this operation would be managed or limited. There are also serious infrastructure and safety concerns. Previously, in previous applications, the Department of Transportation has opposed some of those efforts due to the inability to safely turn left out of the property, given the double yellow lines for the merge lane into our subdivision entrance. That issue remains unresolved. Further, this applicant has not submitted grading plans or secured an encroachment agreement with the Georgia Power, despite the need for such to operate under phase 1 of their transmission lines. And then I can show you exactly where those are. Sorry, stepping away. That area outlined does actually fall under Georgia Power lines, so they would need an encroachment agreement in order to conduct business there. For over 20 years, our community has maintained and invested in a welcoming and well-landscaped entrance, including the monument and easement. This proposal could potentially undo and permanently alter the character of our community. We're also deeply concerned about the ongoing nuisance conditions and the quality of life impacts, such as noise, traffic, inadequate parking, environmental risk from vehicle fluids, and 24/7 lighting that would create significant light pollution. These are not minor inconveniences. These are daily disruptions that affect families, including children, who walk to nearby schools and cross between neighborhoods. We've also seen similar proposals before. The Quality Impound Services SLEP that was denied in 2023, and prior applicants, including Ray Murphy and American Eagle Towing, sought variances but failed to uphold their commitments. These patterns matter. In many cases, where tow yards are approved, common issues follow: exceeding vehicle limits, expanding storage beyond approved boundaries, and operating outside permitted hours. These risks are especially concerning given the proximity to our homes and shared spaces, including the areas under Georgia power lines. This is not about zoning. This is about protecting the safety, stability, and integrity of an established residential community. We respectfully ask that you deny this SLEP request. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
My name is Omar Abdallah. I represent myself as a homeowner in the Huddlestone Bridge subdivision. I want to introduce some visual aids to back up my HOA president's speech. I'll keep my comments brief. This is the front of the lot as it is today. Before, a couple years ago, this was all wooded. This is the current state that it's left in right now. As you can see, the sign indicating the date for the SLUT today is much less visible than the for sale sign. This is an example of the homeowner's sightline from behind their houses into this lot. Those are the homeowners that are going to be looking into this lot every single day. Further examples of further homeowners that are going to be looking into the back of this lot. This is the front area in front of the lot where tow trucks are supposedly going to be bringing in vehicles into this lot. You can see that there's no traffic devices to protect children that cross these streets every day to play basketball in neighboring neighborhoods. There's no crosswalks. In fact, in 2018, a young autistic girl was killed in this intersection from a traffic accident. Introducing heavy industry into this neighborhood only increases the chances of more tragic losses. This is an image of Mr. Willison's current lot. This is what he promises to bring in front of our neighborhood. Why would you pick up a wasp's nest and put it on your own doorstep? That concludes my comments. I want to defer to my colleague here who has contracting experience.
Thank you for your time. I'll be very brief. My name is Charles Floyd. I am representing the neighborhood and the approximately 2,000 homes of Legacy Park. I've been there for going on 4 years now, and I've seen this development change and go back and forth over the years. My current professional capacity is in civil underground utilities. So we move a lot of dirt, and this just, from that professional perspective, this site is not conducive for virtually any business. There's natural water retention that has happened. It's on a slope. It's on a Georgia Power easement. It's in the middle of roughly 3,000 homes. I'd say the only thing you could put there is a dog park, to be honest with you. Like there's just no civil construction. There's low power lines, not even Georgia Power. I'm over.
Yeah, I apologize.
It's just not conducive.
Thank you
at
so
all.
much.
Thank you for your time.
You are out of time. We do appreciate your engagement here. If it's okay, I'd like to give 3 more minutes. Commissioner Bloin?
That's fine.
We can give 3 more minutes to the opposition. Of course, we'd have to lend that to the applicant as well, but we could put 3 minutes on the clock. Again, this is shared time amongst those that want to speak. You don't have to use it all, but go ahead and please proceed with your name and then comments.
Yes, my name is Roger Weinhold.
Okay.
And that drawing right there, I live in the house on the property next to it, which has got an R20 in it. I've been living there since 1999. We don't need what this man calls a fenced-in something or another yard. I call it a junkyard. Do you want it next to your house? I sure don't want it next to mine. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa Grotz, and I am a resident of Huddlestone Bridge. I've lived there since 2018, and I love my neighborhood. This proposal is simply not compatible with our community. A tow yard brings heavy truck traffic, noise, bright lighting, crime, and the storage of damaged or impounded vehicles. Our children walk these streets every day. They cross between neighborhoods. This would make it incredibly unsafe for my 9-year-old to walk to school. Beyond appearance, there's legitimate concerns of environmental hazards, fluid leaks, debris, increased congestion on roads. We already have a concrete plant, which is just down the road, that is noisy and smelly and is a general nuisance to the entire community surrounding us. We are not against business growth. However, growth must be responsible and appropriately located. I understand this is zoned for heavy industrial, but that happened before all of these homes were here. This type of operation belongs in properly designated industrial zones, not near established neighborhoods. I respectfully urge you to deny this request and protect the integrity, safety, and future of our community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christina Beyer. I'm a resident in Acworth, specifically in the McEver Park community. I have a background in real estate, and one thing that really stands out to me is that a business of this sort that is not cohesive with the neighborhood would significantly impact the value of our homes. And also all the safety issues, the hazard, and the aesthetics of what this business would bring is not conducive. Thank you so much, and I hope you don't grant this request.
Chris Linares, I had a huge thing prepared for you, but we're out of friggin' time. My son and I play down in the woods there where the creek is. There's a lot of runoff, especially what I hear is definitely gonna be gravel because it's super cheap. It's all gonna run off into there and toxify everything, and it will be awful, and I won't be able to take him rock hunting, and it would suck.
Thank you,
Thanks.
sir. All right, thank you so much for all of your comments and your engagement. We do appreciate your comments. I will ask the applicant, since we did lend 3 additional minutes to the opposition, Mr. Moore, if you'd like that time, you're welcome to have it, okay? So we'll go ahead and move forward. This is in District 1, so Commissioner Bloin, please lead the discussion.
Certainly. Rather than a discussion, I'm going to honor the request for continuance, but I thought, given the fact that we had so many people here today, it would be appropriate that we let them get their comments on the record rather than make them come back. They're all welcome back, but my motion will be that we continue this to, is it continue or hold? I can never remember the right word. That we hold this till next month.
I second that.
Okay, we have a second from Commissioner Massey. Any discussion? Call the question. All right, and SLUP 6 is held to our June Planning Commission meeting. All right, Mr. Peterson.
Okay, Madam Chair and Board, the next zoning case also has a companion special land use permit case with it. Would it be the board's wish to hear both cases together? Okay, and then when we're done, we just have to make separate motions on each case. Okay. All right. Rezoning case Z16 of 2026, Sugar Bear Properties LLC. Request rezoning from NRC with stipulations to NRC for a self-service storage facility with ground floor retail commercial uses in land lot 776 of the 16th District. Property is located at the southeast intersection of Scufflegrit Road and Sandy Plains Road, along with its companion special land use permit case, SLEP 5 of 2026, Sugar Bear Properties LLC requests a special land use permit for a self-service storage facility in land lot 776 of the 16th District. The property is located at the southeast intersection of Scuffle Grit Road and Sandy Plains Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to this case? Please raise your hands. 3, okay. Let the record show there's 3 people here in opposition. All those who would like to address the board either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
All right. I think we have, everybody has been sworn in. Good morning, or good afternoon, sorry, to you. Please state your name for the record, and you may proceed. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, I'm Lisa Morshower. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Berman, Fink, Van Horn. I represent Sugar Bear Properties. This case has kind of a history. This property was rezoned in 2002 to the NRC zoning district, but it had a condition placed on it by Cobb County when it was rezoned that it could only be used as a drugstore. At the time, it was an Eckerd drugstore company that was buying it. It did stay an Eckerd for a while, and then it became a Rite Aid at some point. I don't know that there were any other names or other drugstores in between, but it had been a drugstore for quite a while. Then the Rite Aid could no longer sustain itself. It closed, and the property became vacant, and it sat vacant for a while until my client purchased it in 2020. And the intention by my client, who's here today, his name is Mr. Mike Pinjwani, he wanted to open up a convenience store and gas station because that's his typical model of business, that he has a lot of convenience stores and gas stations around this whole state of Georgia. And that was what he intended to do. But after meeting with Mr. Peterson and Commissioner Burrell and several neighbors, we determined that that was not going to be the appropriate use for that location. So Mike started spinning wheels and went back to the drawing board and determined that for this location, a storage facility would be a very good use for this location because there was a big residential development coming in across the street, and there are residential units around the property, up and down Sandy Plains and Scuffle Grit, and the storage facilities are very usable now. People are needing them, and that was a good option. But when we spoke with the neighbors, they were not just crazy about just having a storage unit facility, so we thought, let's give them something else that they would like. So Mike agreed that he would put a ground floor level with retail and eating and food and drink establishment possibilities, office space, and personal services. So he devised the plan to show 5 units that could be any of those mixes of uses. So the ground level will have those types of uses. The top level and the basement level will have storage facility uses. Our plan has changed just a little bit because we learned during our meeting, we met with the Cobb County Zoning Department and other departments, and we learned through doing some research that the property line that we thought was Mike's property line was not accurate, so we had to move it in just a little bit because the next door neighbor's property actually was, they were kind of crossing over each other. So we had to go back to get a new survey, which we just got a couple of weeks ago. And with that new survey, our property, our building size has decreased slightly. So the numbers that you got in the site plan are not exactly correct. I have a new site plan, which I sent to Mr. Peterson, which I have on the screen right here in front of you, which shows, how do I increase it? Yeah, well, to make it, can you see it? It's got all the numbers of square footage on there. So the square footage of the storage facility is now 85,877, and the retail food establishment and office and personal service space is now 8,462 square feet. So it did decrease a little bit, which did also decrease the parking. So now we are at a 59 space parking requirement, which we meet. So we're not asking for a variance for parking. Actually, we're not asking for any variances because there was a comment in the planning report that the dumpsters were in the setback, because there's a 5-foot setback requirement for the dumpsters, but we've now fixed that as well. So there is now a 5-foot setback to the dumpster, so we don't need to ask for any variance for that. So we would really like to see you approve this plan. We think that NRC, the purpose of the NRC zoning category allows for this use, for all of these uses. The purpose states that the NRC district is established to provide locations for convenient shopping facilities, which are on properties delineated within a neighborhood activity center, which this is, community activity center or regional activity center as defined and shown on the Cobb County Comprehensive Plan. These convenience shopping facilities shall have retail commercial uses that have a neighborhood-oriented market and which supply necessities that usually require frequent purchasing within a minimum of consumer travel. Areas zoned for the NRC district should be located at or near an intersection within the center of a neighborhood activity center as opposed to the edge of a neighborhood activity center. This is smack in the middle of an intersection. This is on a corner of Sandy Plains Road and Scuffle Grid. It couldn't be a better location for an NRC use, as I just read. It's a pretty heavily traveled area. And the impact of these uses, we did a traffic study and we showed that there's no impact to the traffic. It's not going to negatively impact traffic whatsoever. So Cobb County DOT has not asked us to do anything to revise the study. The traffic plan was approved. And so the comments that we got back from all of the departments were in line with what we thought. The Cobb zoning staff has recommended approval of both the rezoning application and the SLUP application. The reason we had to file the SLUP application is because the storage unit under the NRC category, a storage facility has to have a SLUP. So that's why we asked for that. You can't operate one without a SLUP, so we had to ask for that. But this property is perfectly aligned for this kind of use. All of these uses. We've got the parking, we've got the community uses. We've talked with the neighbors. I know that they are here. I don't believe that they actually oppose the idea that we're presenting, but they will speak for themselves. But we have had 2 meetings with them and with Commissioner Beryl and with Mr. Peterson. We felt like we were in a good position to move forward with it, and that we're offering, let me show you what the design of it will look like. These are the floor plans. There will be a basement floor, and then that's the ground level floor showing the different tenants that will be aligned across the front. They face Sandy Plains. And then there will be an opening for people who are using the storage facility to get into it through that, can you show that little box to the left of the green triangular? Yeah, right there. That's the opening for the storage facility to the public. They can come in that way. There's an elevator, if you move inside that little area and to the right, there's an elevator that will take them up to the top level and down to the basement. And then there's also a loading area in the back to the right side. Yeah, right back there. There's a loading area. There's already an existing drive-through roadway right there because the Rite Aid had a drive-through window. So that's not changing whatsoever. And there's already buffering. There's a big fence there, but we will make sure that fence and the buffering are in great shape. There will be a buffer there. We're required to have 20. We're showing 25, but we're required to have 20 feet there. And then let me show you what the design standard, this is what we're planning to have it look like. So we know that the neighborhood wants it to look pretty. This is in line with what's down the street. I live in East Cobb, so I'm very familiar with this area. So down the street at the corner of Shallowford and Sandy Plains, there was a redevelopment of the shopping center where there's a Kroger and a Marlowe's Tavern. These colors are similar to what's in that plaza. Then across the street where the Mountain View Elementary School used to be, it's kind of in line with this as well. Our architect looked at the pictures from all of those shopping centers, and we came up with this color scheme, which my client really likes. However, I agreed that I would participate, and Mr. Peterson and the commissioner and a neighbor representative would participate on an architectural design committee to make sure that we like the colors and the materials and all of that. So we're fine with that. We don't have any problem with letting the neighbors weigh in on the colors. So I think it looks really nice. So I would like to make sure that these all get included in the record. I also have a zoning stipulation letter, which I submitted to each of you just a little bit ago, but I'd like to put that into the record. I have a certified copy of the zoning code as well, which I'd like to go into the record. So with all of that, we ask that you take into consideration what the planner said, which was an approval of both the rezoning application and the SLUP application. We adopt their findings and hope that you will accept them as well. And the stipulation letter, we have outlined all of the things that my client's willing to do. And we've met with the neighbors. We believe that we meet all the requirements. The planning commission, I'm sorry, the planning.
Ma'am.
Am I in 10 minutes? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, though. We appreciate those thoughts and comments, and we may call you back up for questions, okay? I do believe we do have opposition as well, so at this time, we'll call up our opposition for the case. You'll have a total of 10 minutes as a group to speak, so please share your time accordingly, and you can make your way to the podium.
Hello, my name is Katrina Blauvelt. I live on Holcomb Lake Road, 2 blocks from this property. I've lived there since 1995. And in that time, I've worked with my neighbors on Holcomb Lake and in Hasty Meadows to improve our community. We got Whitaker Park across the street. We got rid of, they wanted to put in storage units where Cambridge Walk townhomes now are behind the Publix. We worked with Publix to bring in the kind of businesses we wanted to see in our community and to make it more walkable. And then we worked on the senior housing that is on Sandy Plains Road and Hasty Road, which brings us to the drugstore, because it seemed like at the time it was a great idea to have a drugstore next to senior housing. There was a lot of synergy there. But we recognize in light of today's drugstore wars that that's just not practical to have a zoning that requires a drugstore to stay there. So while storage units are not our ideal wish list, we do appreciate the neighborhood commercial that's going to go down on the 5 units, assuming it is in keeping with a more walkable intention, something that's 2 blocks from a park, and something that's going to be next door to a daycare. We do want to make sure that the architectural elevations are consistent with the area. We have the Publix, we have the Truist, we have the failed Fifth and Third Bank across the street, and we want to make sure that the color palette and the bricks are consistent. And I do appreciate the bricks on the drawing that we were just shown. Maybe not the red, maybe beige, so we can talk about that, but we do want to make sure that we have an architectural review board. Additionally, there are some traffic concerns in that area. So when the drugstore was there back in 2018, my daughter was in a car accident, leaving the drugstore, taking a left onto Scufflegrit, heading back home. Part of the problem is that the light really favors Sandy Plains Road. It stays green much longer, and we have a lot of cars that are using our neighborhood as a cut-through to go down Scufflegrit. So there's a lot more time for people to take that left onto Scufflegrit. And as a neighbor, when I try to leave my neighborhood, I wait a much longer time to take the left onto Sandy Plains Road. One of our neighbors who was here earlier today, but unfortunately could not stay, was going to testify that she's now seeing a lot of people taking a right onto Sandy Plains Road and making a U-turn at the new subdivision to turn around. There's just so many accidents in the area. We've had horrific accidents in the past few years, and I really would encourage Cobb County to take a look at this and come up with a solution as we're looking at this new development. I thank you for your attention, appreciate that, and I also appreciate the developer working with the community.
Hello, my name's Christine Rosman, and first off, I'd like to say thank you to Lisa and Mike with Sugar Bear for working with us and really accommodating to what our concerns are. But I think that more of the concerns happen to do with the logistics of that corner and being able to access it. And it doesn't seem safe with the amount of volume. You have to have volume if you're going to have some businesses there, and that's going to create volume there, but it's going to impact trying to take a left out on Scuffle Grit. And so that's one of my biggest issues. I know that there was a traffic study done, but in the next couple of years, we're going to have a couple hundred extra cars coming in that area because there are hundreds of houses that are being built right across the street from there, which is going to produce a lot of traffic. In addition, it's so convenient, live, work, play kind of community, is that you're going to have a lot of pedestrians in that area too, especially to be able to go to the proposed, like getting, a coffee shop and a little bodega, which is great. But my concern is the safety impact, and if it's going to, I don't know if DOT really looked into how much more traffic is going to happen with those homes, with the daycare and the parents, dropping the kids off at daycare. And then I'm assuming that there wouldn't be any 18-wheelers going in to make deliveries there if they're small shops, but it's going to, it's the traffic thing that gets me crazy too, because then when these houses get developed, one's Cobb County, one is City of Marietta, so we're going to, in addition, have probably 6 buses, 3 from the county, 3 from the city, twice a day, dropping kids off. So it's a volume thing that concerns me, a safety thing that concerns me. So that's really all I had to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, we've heard from our applicant in opposition. This is in District 1, is that right? District 3, sorry, District 3. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Nance to lead our discussion.
Okay, if I could have DOT come forward, please.
Wilson Collins, Cobb Department of Transportation.
Hey, Wilson, I know you have a diagram. Is that all? Is the diagram you have showing the access to that property, is that also available to put up on a screen?
I believe the site plan that was shown earlier is much newer than I've been able to review, but I think we could look at this GIS map and talk about the access.
Okay, so you heard the citizen concerns about access and about safety and lighting. Can you address those kind of in that order? How will the property be accessed, and how will the traffic flow around it?
So the accesses are already existing today. So there's the right in, right out on Sandy Plains Road, and there's.
So can somebody point that out to us on the screen while you're talking? The right in, right out on Sandy Plains.
Right there, and it's the recommended for. We're recommending to keep that and
To
evaluate.
be continued as right in, right out. Okay.
Yes, Commissioner. And for the other side access, it's actually an off-site access. It's not directly on their site. They're using a shared access easement for the existing movement on Scuffle Grid.
Can we point that out to where that is? Okay, and so that exits on Scuffle Grid. And where are the lights? Is there a light there, or?
The street light
Yeah, where's the street light?
at the intersection.
Okay. So right in, right out on Sandy Plains, and what's the exit on Scuffle Grit?
There's full movement.
Full access?
There's full access currently.
Okay. Okay, and addressing then the citizen concerns as to, safety. What is your assessment of that with relationship to these access points?
These side access were studied more intensely, I think a couple of years ago with the annex case for the city of Marietta. Since then, the traffic study was revised to show the site work earlier than this, and that traffic study was satisfied as far as the level of but as far as the satisfactory levels.
Okay, so are you familiar with the kind of issues that the citizens were raising then? In terms of logistics and access and increased traffic, are you able to comment on that kind of thing?
Based on the study that was provided, the level of services are passing, the sites are existing in place, and no recommended changes as far as reconfiguring those access.
Okay, okay. Does anyone else have questions for DOT? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you kindly.
Did you have one?
I don't know if it's for, I think it might just be trying the directionals.
You can say it again?
Oh, wait, I think it's for a different department.
Okay, what department do you think it's for?
Just want to clarify the direction.
Do you want to call somebody up while we're on the topic? Okay.
Can I ask that Representative for Ownership come up? And I need to ask a question about the directional arrows on the traffic pattern behind the building.
Yes.
I guess, are you? Okay, that'll work. I'm thinking it's maybe a mistake on the drawing question, so, or just need clarity on directions of people. Everybody can take a walk. It's after lunch. Come on.
Yeah, please
Not
come up
exactly
to
sure
the
who's in
front.
charge of this from your side. If you had an architect, I would just yell at them.
We have an architect, an engineer, and a
Oh,
traffic
man,
engineer. Way
everybody's
smarter
here.
than
All
me.
right. If the wrong people are standing up, let us know.
So if you don't mind, if you could state your name, those folks that are new to the podium, and we'll ask the question and then see who has the appropriate answer.
John Evans.
He is our engineer.
Mark Akampora, the traffic engineer.
Okay, all right.
Okay. And I didn't catch the traffic engineer's last name.
Akampora, Acampora.
Love it. Okay, so on this plan, I'm seeing we have bidirectional service in the front of the building. And then when we go behind the building, we have 3 monodirectional lanes. Is that intentional, or did you mean to make one of those go the other direction? Because how are
So
you?
it's intentional because the 2 lanes closest to the building are kind of meant for trucks to pull in, I guess, and load things from the storage facility. And then the outer lane would be kind of unblocked to pass through, to go around them and
Okay.
unobstructed.
We're proposing to keep that drive-through window lane there.
Yeah.
Because we want to,
Lay by for drop-off when people are loading.
yeah, the travel lane, because there's a end tenant unit that we want to put a coffee shop in, and they'd like to have the window there for coffee shop drive-through.
Okay.
And that's where the drugstore window was too. It's the same location.
The same location. So my concern is really more about the dumpster. So how, the way with the 2 monodirectional lanes going outbound, and if you have a dumpster facing the wrong way, how are you getting the dumpster out without having to do a 3-point turn facing wrong direction?
So the trash truck would still come in and go in the same direction, kind of counterclockwise. And then when it approaches the dumpster, there should be enough depth there between the additional lanes in the front of the dumpster for the truck to approach it and pick up and go out.
Approach it, reverse, backward, pick it up, and then reverse forward?
Yeah, you approach, get it, and then a slight back up and turn out.
And that's right where where the window is?
What's that?
That's right where the window is?
The window's further up.
It's up there, yeah. The
See where I'm
window's up
going?
there. So the window would be past the dumpster.
Okay, it looks like there needs to be more coordination with maybe your dumpster location. And the reason I'm asking is it feels like we're artificially creating a traffic jam within. So then if we have people waiting on coffee, we have somebody getting service, we have somebody trying to get to their unit. Feels like this just maybe doesn't work as well as it should in the back area. The second question being, if you do have these facilities that are providing service outbound, I noticed that you had units stacked right up to the back of them, you had no service corridors, so I assume that you're gonna need further design on this to provide back service internal, and then you'll have to have a door. It feels like this is the preliminary plan.
Well, the doors, is that what you said? The access doors, they're shown in there. It's probably hard to see unless you zoom in for the storage facility, but they're not. They're south of even those angled parking spaces, I think, to the dumpster. So the doors in the rear there, they do have sidewalks to protect them, and they are below those parking spaces. So there wouldn't be any dumpster truck conflict with the doors opening and closing, if that's what you're saying.
Okay. Yes, that's part of it. And then lastly, one of the neighbors mentioned, and I can absolutely see this happening, as a cut-through. So I have somebody who doesn't want to get stuck at the light. They hang a right and your entry in front of the daycare, which I assume that's the daycare they're speaking of. And then they go behind the building on this monodirectional traffic and run into all the rest of the traffic so they can bypass the traffic light and come out on Sandy Plains. Does that sound right?
You're saying that people would cut through the back of this building to do
1,000%.
Yeah. Well, we would have signage and ground marking. So, do not enter. Just saying. So if they were going to cut, go ahead. If they were going to cut through, it would be through the two-way traffic. I would think in the front of the building more so than the back.
It's possible, but just remember that the access to the project on Scuffle Grit is through the adjacent property to the south. So you'd have to come in way before the property and then circulate it back around the service area, around the storage facilities to come out. Some people will do it. That could happen anywhere. Maybe speed bumps or something, but
Okay.
there is a dual right turn lane there at the actual intersection, so it would have to be a significant savings for people to want to do that, but it's possible. But
So you guys will consider moving forward the implication or the implementation of traffic calming devices within the site? Because we all know if a road has a speed bump, it's a cut through.
yeah, I can't answer for the client, but I would say that that would make sense if.
Explain what you're saying.
Yeah.
It just seems so circuitous.
Does that make sense? I'm asking?
Yes. While she is speaking to the other gentleman, the dumpster location on the plans, was this the original dumpster location for the property, the prior property?
Was it the previous location?
Yes.
No, I think it was in the back behind the building, more toward the southern property line.
Okay. So this would be a new,
Position location.
new location, okay?
Yes, I think we would do maybe a small speed hump or some kind of traffic calming. I know there's other models that could be done. I don't know what.
Tables and
Yeah.
please don't do
table
Duquesne,
maybe.
no
Because I don't
tables.
want it to be loud, because I lived in a neighborhood who tried to get speed humps before, and one of the complaints was, when you go over the speed humps with trucks, it's very loud. So we don't want the neighbors behind us to say, this is really loud when trucks are coming over it. So we don't want to cause that issue, but maybe a table that's flatter, something that slows it down. But I also want to remind you that this is not a new drive-through. This has been there for years.
It is
20-something years.
I'm very familiar with property.
So it's not a new thing. Now, people might be using it now because it's vacant. It hasn't had any business there at all. It's just been a vacant lot with a building. Nobody's stopping anybody from doing it. Yeah, you could do it right now, probably. But with people there and businesses there and cars parked in the parking lot, I really never thought that was going to be an issue.
Okay.
I don't think any of us did.
Okay,
Is
so
the
the
new
question is-
structure on the same footprint as the existing structure?
No, we're going to rip that building down.
Okay.
And devise a new building.
Have you already had success in developing other spaces into this mix of uses where can you point us to some of those success stories so we can
Mike has multiple locations where he's got multiple tenants.
But specifically self-storage and like a coffee shop and some other retail?
He's never done a self-storage before. This is
Okay.
his first venture into that.
Okay.
But he's talked to CubeSmart, and I don't know if he's talked to I think he's talked to maybe a couple other companies about it. We also engaged Kevin Whipple and his team, which is
Sure. Hear from them.
Kevin's over there. Kevin
Yeah.
is an architect who is very familiar with designing storage facilities, so that's why we gathered him into our team. Mike is very successful with multiple various properties. He's got several in Cobb right now. He's developing something on Cobb Parkway right now, and he's got multiple places. I've helped him. I've been probably helping him for 20 years, and he's got places in Atlanta. He's a very successful developer, and he operates these places himself. He doesn't he does have convenience stores, but he doesn't lease them out. He is the operator of them. So he's hands-on. He's got
Okay.
a great team.
So if you could just point me to a couple other the success stories in terms of, the reason I bring this up is we tried really hard to get a self-storage facility with retail in it in another location a few years back here in another area of the county, but the folks ended up having trouble finding the restaurant and finding the coffee shop. So can you
Yes.
just comment on success stories along those lines?
Yes, Commissioner. This is Kevin Whipple from CSC Design. So if you'll notice, a lot of new jurisdictions, not new jurisdictions, but the city of Decatur, for example, they've implemented new design requirements that for new self-storage facilities, they actually require a certain percentage be dedicated to a retail use because they've realized that some of these climate-controlled self-storage just are very inactive. And as you've heard from the neighbors, this is a very walkable area that they want to keep walkable. And so I can't speak specifically to a facility that I can say they've been very successful here, but other cities and jurisdictions are changing the model and requirements for these climate-controlled self-storage to kind of merge the self-storage component with the retail aspect as well. So these don't just become islands that aren't activated, especially on a primary corner like this.
All right, well, I'll do a Decatur self-storage coffee shop Google search. Maybe I'll find something.
Yes, sir.
And I know that Mike is heading to a convention in a few weeks, maybe in 2 weeks, that he will be mingling with a lot of these potential tenants. They're going to be at a big conference, and he's going to be talking to a lot of potential tenant groups. So.
Okay, may I ask a follow-up question to the architect? I apologize, this may have been for him earlier. How many do you do retail as well? Or
Yes,
you
ma'am.
just do, okay, so you have done retail and you have done climate-controlled storage?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you done one of them together?
Not yet.
Okay. Okay, and then how often have you had an issue with your dumpster being near to where you should have your service store for your retail spaces?
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned that. So right now, the dumpster location is actually in my opinion, a pretty good location. It could shift a little bit south where those parking spots are, maybe to the southern portion of that. But you want to keep the dumpster relatively close to where your service entrance and exit will be for your restaurant tenants and or retail tenants. That's also the proposed loading zone for the climate-controlled self-storage. Not that the owner wants his dumpster filled up with boxes and whatnot from residents, or not residents, but from his
Move-outs.
customers, if you will. However, that also puts it on the kind of quote-unquote rear, if you will, the side of the building. We didn't have a whole lot of space on that southeast corner, but that could be another potential location on that southeast corner of the lot as well.
Okay.
Just throwing it out there.
Thank you for that clarity.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Are there, you mentioned walkability. Are there good sidewalks up and down Sandy Plains Road there in that area? I'm just not that terribly familiar with it.
I'm pretty familiar with that area. There are sidewalks. I don't see a ton of people walking around
Okay.
there, but behind down Scuffle Grit, there probably is more walking because there's a park and
Okay.
maybe more residential as you go.
And your
Yes.
plans are showing sidewalk then, right? In
Yeah,
front? Okay.
existing sidewalks.
Okay. Thank you.
So a couple points out of your STIP letter. And you talk about, number 5 talks about no tenant will be open 24 hours a day, but you don't really have hours tied down right now? Does that depend on who the occupants would be?
It would depend. I think if they're restaurants, depending on the kind of restaurant, it might be open till midnight or whatever the Cobb code requires for any kind of eating and
Okay,
drinking
and you could
establishment.
work with the commissioner and the department on setting those hours, correct?
She asked that we not have anybody open 24 hours.
Okay,
So
but
we-
then that can just be subject to district commissioner approval, okay? And, all right, and I see that the other things, a lot are in working with the district commissioner as well. Okay. I don't have any other questions for them. Okay. Y'all can sit down then. Mr. Peterson, can I ask a technical question of either you or the county attorney? On the request for rezoning, we're not really changing the zoning, we're just changing a condition of the zoning. Is it technically a rezoning?
This is a rezoning.
Okay.
It's to the same district, but with different conditions. Because the
Okay.
current conditions do restrict the property for a drugstore and to the site plan and some other things.
Okay. So is there more, I mean, are you looking at her STIP letter?
No, it's not looked at the letter.
Okay, so when you say there's some other restrictions, what exactly are we removing from it? We're removing the
Well, we're
condition of a drugstore. What else are we doing?
taking out the drugstore condition. I think in there also, it zones the drugstore to a site plan. So we're changing that site plan to their site plan for the storage facility with ground floor retail, and then their access drives.
So is all that covered in staff recommendations if we say
Yes.
that we move to approve, subject to all staff recommendations?
And subject to the revised site plan.
And what?
And subject to the revised site plan.
Okay.
And if you could, I really liked Sarah's comment regarding requiring some sort of speed control being added.
I'd also like to restrict some of the business usages.
Say it again.
I'd like to, there is one, but it does not prohibit certain businesses like vape shops or other entities that we may not necessarily want. So you may want to review the list to see which businesses you may want to prohibit.
Do you have specific recommendations?
So the only one that I don't see listed on here would be the vape and smoke shops and possibly adult entertainment shops.
I'm happy to add that.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
Does anybody want to talk with anyone else? Does anybody call anybody up?
Say that again.
You want to confer with anyone else?
Oh, no, I don't. Any other commissioners want to ask anyone to the podium? Nope, we're good.
Okay, at this time then, I would make the recommendation first as to the rezoning that we rezone this in accordance with staff recommendations, comments, and subject to the site plan. And that we would also request inclusion in the, also we would make it subject to the applicant's letter of stipulations dated 5/4, but ask for amendment of those stipulations to include speed control devices and the restrictions on uses to prohibit, what do we say? Vape shops and adult entertainment, smoking vape shops and adult entertainment. And does that catch everything on that. So subject to staff comments and recommendations, the site plan, the letter of stipulations dated 5/4 as requested to be amended. And also, with respect to the letter of stipulations, I would request that items 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, and 12 be subject to the district commissioner's approval. So if we can make that recommendation to your stip letter, that's 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, and 12. Some of them are already, but just to make that consistent. And that would be my motion.
I second that motion.
All right, we have a second from Commissioner Massey. Any further discussion? Call the question. Okay, and Z16 is approved 5-0, approved for recommendation, recommended for approval, 5-0.
Okay, and now I'd like to make a motion for, say it again?
Yes.
Right.
That's what, yeah.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to recommend approval of SLUP 5, subject to all staff comments, recommendations, site plan, letter of stipulations, as discussed, dated 5/4, and as will be amended.
I second that motion.
All right, we have a second from Commissioner Massey. Any discussion? Call the question. And SLUP 5 is recommended for approval, 5-0 as well. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, we'll turn it over to you to move forward with our agenda.
Okay, next case is SLUP 3 of 2026, Joe Dirt Development, request a special land use permit for chipping, grinding, or reduction of materials, which is organic green waste, in land lots 930 and 943 of the 16th District. The property is located on the west side of Stone Circle, north of Cobb Parkway. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for SLUP 3? Is there anyone here opposed to SLUP 3? Okay. Madam Chair and Board, there's, the applicant is not present, and there's 2 people opposed to this case. Oh, did they? Okay, you're, gotcha. Okay, the applicant is present. All right, the applicant is present, and there's 2 people opposed. All those who would like to address the board, either for or against, please come forward to be sworn in.
All right, sir. Good afternoon. You can go ahead and make your way up to the podium. You are our applicant, correct?
I am the applicant.
Okay, thank you very much. Please state your name. You have a total of 10 minutes to share your thoughts on the case.
I am Scott Chatham. I'm owner of Chatham Landscape Services, which operates out of 1284 Kennestone Circle, which is Joe Dirt Development, which is also owned by me. So basically, what we did is in 2008, we developed this piece of property from ground up and went through all of the proper channels, got it all permitted. It was light industrial. Nobody ever mentioned anything about a special use permit. We were very clear what we do is we bring back debris, we pile it up, we compost it, and then we either get it taken off to some of our compost companies or we reuse it, and that's what we do on a day-to-day basis. So we're bringing back green waste to the property.
Okay. Any additional comments you'd like to share about your application?
No, we try to be a good neighbor. I think that we've had some issues with, we had an issue with some erosion that went on the back, and that got silt fenced. And then my neighbor to the right is a new neighbor. And the previous neighbor, we had a pretty symbiotic relationship with that. Actually, he would take some of the dirt and we would sort of create a road down to his property and give him some of the dirt that, some of the composted dirt. But then we piled some up by mistake, and it pushed a fence over that was our fence, pushed it over, and then it fell onto the neighbor's property, and it shouldn't have done that. And we've gone in by hand and taken it all, graded it all out, put up silt fences, and we still have to put up the fence back. To be a good neighbor, that's what we still have to put up about 70 feet of fence, chain link fence. So
Okay.
that's it. Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Please have a seat. You may be called up a little later. All right, for the opposition, we had several folks in opposition. Is that correct? If you could make your way up to the front, you have a total of 10 minutes to share that time, so just plan accordingly for that. Please state your name for the record before you begin to speak.
Keith Frazier.
Okay, Keith.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Keith Frazier, Vice President, United Electric. My business sits at both 1270 and 1280 Kennestone Circle, which is adjacent to the property that is in discussion. I'm here in opposition of SLUP 3, 2026. The applicant is currently operating in a way that is already causing damage to neighboring properties. Landscape debris is being piled up on elevated ground and pushed over onto our property. And this has resulted in landslides, debris, runoff on several properties, not just ours. This event has included stumps, limbs, poorly processed landscape debris, and have already knocked down our fence, and sent mud and debris into adjacent areas, including covering a semi-trailer. In addition to this debris, is entering into our detention pond, which is part of the stormwater system, and we have already are having to repeatedly clear to maintain. This applicant's been notified of these issues and has not corrected them. The conditions continue. Based on this, the request does not meet the county's criteria for protection of the public safety, prevention of damage to adjacent properties, or compatibility with surrounding uses. We respectively request denial of this permit. Thank you.
My name is Jennifer Woods. I am also one of the property owners at 1270 and 1280, which is adjacent. We had submitted an opposition letter last week that you guys may have received in your inbox, but we have some photos just to kind of reiterate what we're talking about. This is October 2024. I think you heard the applicant reference this. This is part of what happened. And then the next one's a close-up. So that was October of 2024. This is some of the debris that was also referenced. This is our fence here, and it was knocked down. This is from just on the ledge of our detention pond. So these are the materials that are flowing down into our detention pond that we're having to maintain and clean up, because this is his property, not ours. But it is knocking down our property, and then this goes downhill, so it is continuously flowing. This is landscape material that's just being pushed to the back of his property. So this is December of 2024, which he was notified previously. So then this is March of 2025. And then this is April of 2026. So this is, you can see, is not being taken care of. This is just a continuation of the problem, and it is happening along the back of that property. This is just a photo of the notification of this hearing. The sign remained this way, so luckily we did look this up to know that we needed to come here, but yeah. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, this is in District 2. I'll ask Commissioner Michaeletto to lead the discussion.
Thank you. Before you guys go, opposition, can I just ask two questions of you since you're already up and standing? I'll have you stay up and standing. So you guys, to clarify, you guys own both 1270 and 1280. So you own a significant portion of a neighboring lot line. And the picture that you showed us, where does that picture happen? Where the mulch
So
pile?
it is the corner here, yep, that one right there.
Okay. And those three pictures that you had over the multiple years, is that the same pile or was that new piles every time? Oh, so same pile
Well,
never.
it is a continual pile that has been cleaned up as it falls onto our property, but then added to.
Okay. And this whole section, does the whole yellow line behind 1280 slope downward?
Yes.
Okay. And
So
does
you can
this-
see that's the detention pond there, that kind of shadowy arrow area. Yep, just to the,
Actually wasn't clear where the detention pond was.
yep, right there, right where the,
Right there.
Right there? Okay.
and forward a little bit, yeah, yes.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I had one more question for you. Could you put the picture back up there as well and just show me, just clarify for me the property line and where the debris is on your property versus the applicant's property? I'm assuming that's the fence, but just clarify that for me.
So this is our fence here, and the property line kind of slopes downward. So it's actually sitting on that corner, that yellow corner.
That you just showed us, yes,
Mhm.
okay. So the basically on the closest side of the fence on this picture is your property?
Yes.
And the debris is spilling over from the applicant's property to your property?
Yes, ma'am.
The other picture, if you don't mind as well? Or was the other picture of the other property or all of your property?
It didn't really show an overview of our property.
Okay.
It just-
I do have an overview of property,
You don't need to
if
do
you
that.
need the overview.
It's fine, she's gonna show us. Oh, okay, yeah, that is a little bit more clear for us to see. So from that picture, though, you can just point to the area where it's spilling over.
Oh.
Yeah, we can see your pointer?
Nope, it's gonna be right here.
Right down here.
Yep, that's right.
Okay, so we're oriented correctly,
And
okay.
then that mudslide portion was that back portion along the.
There we go.
Yeah,
Okay, that
yeah.
was
So
that
along
portion.
that whole, which I believe is where the mulch and chipping and stuff is happening.
Okay.
The area where the landslide is that your property as well?
It is not, no.
But it affects that.
Any other questions for the opposition? Commissioner Bloing?
So you said United Electric is who you work for? Is Jerry Hayes, is he involved with United Electric?
Yes, sir.
About that? And do you have any ideas as to what the most efficient solution would be to remedy this? Would it be like a solid wall? What might work?
I will say that we added a portion to our property. We do sit up a little bit on a hill also to the roadway. And we employed an engineer to come in. The county, you guys, required us to plant trees and do some engineering of a wall, a retaining wall. Probably think something along those lines.
Thank you.
Help me turn my mic on, thank you. May I ask for Code to come up?
Good afternoon, Yolisa Forson, Cobb County Code Enforcement.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Because we got the letter late, I think it was a little late on everyone's radar, were you guys able to get out and look at the conditions as it currently stands based on this letter, or is that something that I need to ask you guys to do after this meeting?
So the property was inspected, which from a code enforcement perspective, this morning.
Okay.
And the officer did observe large piles of tree and yard debris. Now, as far as where the landslide issues at the rear of the property, the officer cannot go back there. So the end that you guys are seeing is from the complainant's property. I did contact the supervisor for site inspections, and once I leave here, I am scheduled to sit down and talk with him whenever I get back in the office or tomorrow morning in regards to this property. But site is aware of the concern that was brought and will be inspecting the property.
Okay, thank you. And just to be clear, you guys, when you came out, you did still observe the material and the debris?
Yes, there are many large piles on the property. This morning after the inspection, I did email the board photos of the current conditions of this morning.
Okay, thank you. After our meeting, we will probably be able to dive in.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Never mind.
Okay.
Is it aside? Thank you
My
for.
ears, my
No,
allergies,
thank you
I'm
for
having a
taking
hard
those
time hearing.
pictures and sending them to us. I
Yes,
appreciate
ma'am.
it. All right, I think that is my question, all my questions for you right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't ask if anybody else had questions for Heather. Okay. Can I have the applicant back up, please?
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Chapman. So were you aware of the landslide and the other issue as being ongoing, or did you think that they had been solved or resolved?
Yeah, very much so. In fact, if you look at it, they showed you the pictures of the landslide, but they didn't show you how it was remedied, and we put up the silt fence. It's all along the back side of the property. And then on their side of the property, we did get in there by hand and try to clean it up the best as possible and put in silt fence across there too to stop any more further erosion onto their property.
Okay, so I hear you mentioning silt fencing, but have you done anything more mechanical, retaining walls, fencing, large-scale fencing?
No, we haven't, and just, not splitting hairs, but that is our fence. Because I've got the receipts to show it, so yeah. So we put it up when we developed the property.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
So, okay, so it sounds like we have maybe just a natural mitigation of debris. All right, I have no additional questions for the applicant or for.
I do.
Yeah, I do. Great.
Yes.
I have had an opportunity to view the photos sent from code enforcement's review this morning, and there does seem to be quite a bit of piles of debris. Do you have an idea as to how long it would take you to get all of that cleaned up so that it isn't so much of an eyesore?
Yeah, what you're seeing is a lot of the leaves and green waste that we bring back. What you see right there is that basically about every 2 months or 3 months, we bring in a grinder and grind all that stuff up to reduce it. And that's usually what we do. We used to have a guy come in every single month and do it. He's no longer in business. So the process is a little bit more tedious than it was beforehand. So it's about every 90 days that we try to bring it in.
Have you considered stalls per se for these piles as opposed to them just being open, out and open, that they be placed in stalls until they're able to be disposed of?
Well, we try, there's a lot of the soil that if you were out there today, you notice that we're digging into and using some of that soil on a big project that we have. So we're taking that soil away that has been created by the composting, and it's good soil, so we take it away and use it on the projects when the projects occur that we have. So, but yeah.
But speaking operationally though, moving forward, is there a process that your company would be willing to entertain that would allow a much cleaner storage of said debris until usage on a project?
Yeah, it drives me crazy too. So, I would like to have it nice and neat and everything like that. But, it's just the reality of the contractors coming in to grind it and all that stuff. There is a delay. And that's just a fact. So.
Gotcha.
I had a kind of a backup question to that. Of course, we saw the pictures from the opposition, showing what the impact is to them, to their property. And I know you mentioned that things had been resolved. You've also done some silt fences and things of that nature. Yeah. But you see the impact. And
Right.
so are there steps that you would say, hey, I'm willing to take these steps in order to ensure this doesn't happen again? I'm willing to employ these types of techniques.
Yeah, I would love
Retaining
to.
wall, those,
Yeah.
are you open to that?
Yeah,
Those?
I'm definitely open to it. you know.
Okay.
I mean, within financial
Yes.
concerns, I mean, within financial reality, yes. Yeah, I'd be very open to that.
Okay.
I mean, we want to be good neighbors. I mean, we try to be good neighbors. I mean, we share security information, with people. I mean, we try to be good neighbors and so that's, but we are a landscape company.
Yes, okay. But there could be a possible path forward if you're open to
Yeah,
making some
I'm
sort of.
very open. The other part about it is what we are trying to do is sell the property and do
Okay.
a lease buyback. So this is holding up the sale of the property. Once we sell the property, then we would have a little bit more financial gains to be able to do a lot more to it that drives me crazy too. So,
So tell me more about the sale. When you sell the property, you're selling it
I've
and
got
then
a
vacating it?
I got a 5-year lease back.
Okay,
I'm selling the property with a 5-year lease back on it.
okay,
So we have to clear this little thing up here so that it's unencumbered, so I can get the property sold and then do the 5-year lease back.
Okay. Is the purchased property or the property purchaser intending to operate a landscape business after years? Is that, or is that why you're only?
I'm the purchaser. I mean, I'm the operator. I'll be leasing it back.
Right, you're 5 years.
For
and-
5 years,
okay,
yes.
I guess
After
that's-
that, I don't know what he'll do.
Okay, so that's why you're going, okay. for the
Yeah, I have
limited
no
time.
idea what he'll do 5 years from now.
Gotcha.
I might still be there 5 years from now. I don't know.
All right, but you are open to mitigation, erosion
Yes.
recommendations? Okay.
Yeah.
Just to pile on a little bit here, since you have the second best name of the day, Joe Dirt's almost as good as Sugar Bear.
Say that, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I said Joe Dirt's almost as good a name as Sugar Bear.
Okay. My son's named Joe, and
I like
when we bought the property, my lawyer called up and said, we'll just name it Chatham Development. And I was like, yeah, well, I can name it anything I want to.
I like it.
So he got a company named after him.
That's wonderful. So do you try to basically kind of compost and grind and reuse almost everything you bring onto the property eventually?
Everything eventually, but that's a stretch if we do every single thing. So,
right. So
we haul off, we try to haul off some, but it's.
You've been doing what you do out there for almost 18 years then? You said you built this thing in '08?
Yes.
You've been there ever since?
Ever since.
Okay. And how long ago did the problem start?
I would say the problem started probably about once the grinder that we had went out of business, probably about 2 years ago, where it became periodic, more so than monthly.
How long has your neighbor's building been there at 1280?
1280's been there since, in fact, it was there before we developed. Because technically, I own the road that goes to that building.
Ah.
And so John with Solar Engineering used to own that building. You know John? He passed away. Yeah, he was a great neighbor. I mean, not that United is a bad neighbor, but he was a card.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if we can, it sounds like if we can maybe come up with a way to devise some sort of wall structure to keep this stuff from going down the hill and then maybe require more frequent grindings, is that something that sounds like you could live with?
That sounds fine. I mean, without getting too much into it, my long-term plan is to basically create a composting farm that we haul the stuff away to and grow organic vegetables and bring it back and use the distribution of my 300 maintenance clients, high-end residential, to distribute the food through. So
I only know
I look at it as green gold.
Yeah.
They look at it as a menace, and I understand that.
Well, I only know a little bit about composting, but I know your assigned commissioner here is from Kentucky. Maybe she knows a good bit more. Maybe we'll be okay.
I do have one other question for the applicant. Would you be open to a buffer, some type of buffer between the fencing of your neighbors and your business so as to prevent additional runoff, because they're experiencing quite a bit of runoff from the extra product or, and so is there a way that we can put in somewhat of a, maybe a 5 or 6 foot buffer between their fencing and the property? That would be my suggestion.
Are you thinking landscape buffer or a planting or is it silt fence?
I think that's a great question for our planning expert, Mr. John. Can you weigh in here? What, in these types of situations, do you see a 5, a 10, a 20, and is it generally landscaped or is it generally maintained clear path?
Well, and I think in this case, it'd be more helpful to have a landscape buffer because it would grow up and grow tall. Because when you're down at 1280, you're actually looking up at this site. So I think if they put in a row of small trees or most likely shrubs like a holly or something, it'll grow up to 10, 15 feet and it'll totally block this view from the neighbor down slope.
Thank you. Okay. Does anybody else have questions for the applicant?
Well, no, I was just going to just make a statement in, I appreciate John's comments, but also I would encourage you to work with your neighbors to make sure you find a solution that, you hit the target that you're that you're trying to hit and don't spend dollars doing something and then they're still not pleased with it. So
That's exactly right.
I would encourage you guys to certainly talk through it, but to know that you are focused on a solution, and I think that's great. So thank you for that. You're fine? All right. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks.
At this time, I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
All right. I propose that we approve SLUP 3, 2026, subject to staff recommendations and the following stipulations or items. So one, the first being that we need to create an erosion plan that's more robust than silt fencing. It needs to be either mechanical or physical in nature, so some kind of wall or fence. But do that erosion planning in conjunction with planning and code enforcement. I believe we have an erosion department or a site review department that can help with this, maybe? Site plan review, okay. Second being the slope on the downhill side where we've had that massive landslide does need to be further stabilized, just to prevent ongoing landslide issues in the future. I would say, I don't know what that is, but let's work with our neighbors on that. And then also, we do need some sort of, I would recommend that you have some sort of setback from the edge of the edge of the property line, so roughly anywhere from 10 to 20 feet, but it needs to be both a combination of landscaping and mechanical separation, so an actual real fence, not a chain link, so something that is a physical buffer in addition to a landscape or planting plan. Again, I would ask that the property owner work with neighbors to make, to your point of ensuring that we're not overshooting, but that we are preventing any debris from leaving the property in any capacity. And I'm going to approve, I'm recommending approval, but we would need these plans in place before you go before the board so that they have enough information to rule upon. Does that make sense, or do I need to restate any of that?
We'll entertain a second first and then we can discuss.
A second.
You have a second from Commissioner Dance. Discussion?
Yeah, I think you need some timetable for presentation of those matters, but I'm not sure if you can, and implementation.
Yeah,
It seems like they need to be presented, approved, and implemented within a certain period of time.
Okay, I think that's a solid plan. Because I didn't really want to hold it while they got the plans together, because that felt
Right.
counterproductive, since we know the direction they're going, but I do agree. So if they have the plans ready before they get the board, you should be able to action those plans. You are in the landscaping business, I bet you know people that can help. So 60 days? 60 days feels appropriate to get fencing installed and planting. Hopefully you can get it done faster. 60? Mm-hmm. Does that sound fair? Okay. All right, can we update that? So If the board approves, if subject to board approval, applicant will have 60 days to institute the remedial work.
That means
Sites-
to,
Can we do that? Can we recommend? We can do that, yeah. Okay.
so that means to, within 60 days, not to have a plan, but to have a plan and have it implemented and in place. Is that correct?
Yes, the motion contains they cannot go to the board without the plan. So if the board approves, then the plan will be implemented within 60 days. So plan together, go to the board. If they approve, 60 days to complete.
With that amended motion, do we have a second?
Yes, second.
We have a second from Commissioner Dance. Any further discussion? Call the question. And SLUP 3 is recommended for approval with the additional details that Commissioner Michaeletto expressed.
Okay. Last item.
No.
Rezoning case Z17 of 2026, Jairo Murillo requests a rezoning from R20 and R30 to R15 OSC for a residential subdivision in land lots 768 and 817 of the 16th district. The property is located on the west side of Old Canton Road and on the north and south sides of Clackham Road. Is the applicant present? The applicant is here. Earlier, there was 13 people here opposed and 5 in support. All those who would like to address the board either for or against, please come forward and be sworn in.
All right, do we have the applicant? Okay. Good afternoon, sir. You can make your way to the podium. You have a total of 10 minutes to share your thoughts on your application, anything you'd like us to know about it.
My name is Jairo Murillo. First name is spelled Jairo, last name Murillo. I live 1788 Shelley Court, which is one of the properties we're trying to develop.
Okay.
I'd like to take my 10 minutes to go over this application. First thing I want to talk about it is the old site plan or the original site plan we proposed when we first applied. It was for 20 lots. It was a little bit of in the high density, 2.17 houses per acre. And during several weeks, we went back and forth with planning and zoning. And there were some concerns about this application, including a public road on a float zone, fire truck access, and so on. As well, we met with a bunch of neighbors, dozens, maybe 100. We meet with them at the property. They came to our house. And one of the biggest complaints was too many houses, the 2.17 houses per acre. So my wife and me, we're planning to develop these properties, but we're also planning to stay there. I've been living in this address for about 6 years now. Been living in Cobb County for 23 years. My older daughter went to Dodgen and Pope, so we're planning to stay there. We have six-year-old twins, and we love the school district. So keeping the project or the subdivision quiet, it's also important for us. So the new revised site plan, if you can, yes, it should be there. Yeah, that's it. That's the new one, correct. And this one, so we went from 20 lots, 20 houses, to 17 lots, 15 houses. Two of the lots, 8 and 16, there will be green space. We're proposing maybe trails, things like that. And the 15 houses, seven out of the 15, they'll be, there are over 20,000 square feet lots. And 8, they're going to be 16 and 15 and above. And that's what we're proposing and trying to get approved. So it's I consider, right now, well, right now we're just applying for a straight R15, not an R15 OSC, which was what we did at the beginning. And we believe right now the new proposal goes according with what the neighbors' main concern was, and also after talking to planning and zoning, we're trying to comply with all their requirements. That's what I got.
All right, any additional comments, sir?
Was that?
You said that's all you
Yeah,
had?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. You can go ahead and have a seat. I'm sorry, ma'am, now we're here for opposition. Are you a part of the applicants? Okay. Have you been sworn in, ma'am?
I was.
Okay, you can go ahead and make your way to the front. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. I just didn't know if it was all 2 minutes. Yeah, I'm Tracy Clackham.
I'm sorry, hold on for 1 second for me.
So she is in support of the application.
Yes.
Let me reset the clock to 6 minutes.
Please, thank you. Thank you so much, Brian. So you are in support?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
Awesome, thank you. You'll have 6 minutes, so
Yeah, I
your
don't have
timer's
any.
right in front of you.
My name is Tracy Clackham.
Okay.
And my great-grandparents were original sharecroppers on the property. When my dad got out of World War II, he helped his family buy the farm with his mustering out money from the war. When my dad got married to my mom, his father, in the deed, it actually says that he gave him the land for $1 and the love of his son. That's how much this property means to us. And we've had this property for over 73 years. And my great-grandparents also being the sharecroppers before we owned it. It means a lot to my family. But I do feel like everybody else in Cobb County has had a chance to develop. My mom wanted the property sold after her death. She lived to almost 89. That's why we still have our property. I know there's a lot of people here opposing us, but I would like for our property to be sold. It is hard for us to keep up now. I'm 62, I still cut the grass. I know they might have concerns, but I think the concerns could be addressed and handled appropriately. And basically, that's all I want to say is that we have been there for a long time, and we've held on to the property, and I just don't want to be penalized because people's moved in, and they should have always known that something would be built there. I mean, it would be built on eventually, and I'm sorry, but my mom wanted it sold at her death, and that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll hear from the opposition. It'll be a total of 10 minutes for all those that would like to speak, so please coordinate sharing that 10-minute time frame.
Of course, of course.
You can go ahead. Please state your name.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Jose Pinto. I live at the adjoining, a bordering lot, 1731 Canton Lane, 207 square feet, or 207 linear feet of my property will have what they're calling lot number 1 against my property. When it first came out under OSC, there was a 30-foot buffer that was put in place, and for me, I was fine with that. I didn't see an issue. With the newest update, I saw, looks like almost like a 10-foot buffer. I am not against Ms. Clackham making money. I am not against the builders making money. I think it's important that they develop their property and sell it. But if you look at the property and how he has it set up, My family and my house takes the brunt of the development. I will have no park. I will have no walking trails. And I think I have a picture. I have several old-growth trees that are border, providing a screen for me. This is something that I feel is very important to my privacy. Additionally, the trees and the preservation on the slope here provide stabilization for my slab foundation. I am downhill from the Clackham, uphill from the Clackham property, so if they clear these trees that are, some of them are 30, 50, 100 feet tall, I will be looking down into a pit or on top of somebody's roof. 5,000 square feet houses, and that right there is a picture of border trees that line our property, as well as magnolias that line our property. If the developer and Ms. Clackham decide to go ahead and put a road right up against our property line, which they have on the plan, these trees will be destroyed, either through compaction or through straight cutting. Half are on my property, and the other half are border trees. So I greatly appreciate the time, guys. I wanted to take a little bit more time, but I will let you go. I will let these guys go ahead of me. I stand here as proud son of I'm a second generation migrant. My family came to this country, and my wife's family came to this country because we wanted to make sure, my parents wanted to make sure that local government and government in itself worked for people, not against them, and that people with means can't push around homeowners that work their whole life to build something. Thank you. Sorry, guys.
Good afternoon. My name is Audrey Z, and I am one of many homeowners living in the Mill Creek Preserve neighborhood, which is on Tabor Drive. I am here today to oppose the rezoning application of Z17 on behalf of my family, the children in my community, and many other concerned homeowners in my neighborhood, some of whom are also here today. First and most importantly, I want to state for the record that this project proposes to build 17 new homes in and around a designated floodplain that frequently swells during heavy storms. That alone should give you pause. Many of us who live on Tabor Drive already deal with drainage problems during heavy rain. We have seen firsthand how quickly water accumulates on our road, in our backyards, and how vulnerable our neighborhood is. Developing this land in flood-prone areas means adding more impervious surface that will increase runoff, reduce natural buffers, and push water downstream towards existing homes like my own. Second, the children in my community absolutely love the woods, the streams, and the open fields around them. When news of this development spread in my neighborhood, the children rallied to create a petition, and they went knocking door to door, urging the adults to oppose it, and they were successful in getting over 50 signatures. As a working mother of two, the Children's Initiative means a great deal to me, and I feel compelled to be here today to advocate on their behalf. Finally, I want to address the qualifications of this applicant. Based on publicly available information, this applicant has not previously completed a subdivision of this scale, and he does not appear to have the experience or the expertise necessary to develop sensitive land in flood-prone areas. This is evident by the multiple iterations of his site plans to the commission. It is also worth noting that this developer has faced zoning violations right here in Cobb County. When concerns were raised by neighbors in the past, this applicant did not demonstrate a willingness to address or resolve complaints. A developer's track record and character matters, especially here when a project carries this level of risk and uncertainty. So in closing, I urge you to consider the overwhelming negative impacts of Z17, and I would ask you to deny the application. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Cotty. I'm the owner of a construction company. I'm also a builder and a developer here in Cobb County. I've been building homes for about 10 years in the county. I'm also an adjacent property owner to this proposed development. We've already kind of heard from a couple people talking about the character of the development, you know, the impact on the family and the environment. What I want to talk to you about today are the numbers, and the numbers that are not adding up. So first of all, the floodplain that's out there We've had several developers propose to do developments on and across that floodplain, and it's been rejected time and time again by Cobb County. Why has that been? It's because that area of Sewell Mill Creek drains over 2,580 acres. So even a little bit of development, whether that be a driveway, a road, homes, or any type of retention pond within that floodplain is completely inappropriate and will lead to further flooding, to homeowners like myself that are further upstream. Second of all, I'm not sure about this second plan because it wasn't available online, but from the two site plans that I have seen, they're asking for a lot. And they're asking not only for R15 residential out there, but very intense R15 residential. They're trying to put 5,000 square foot homes at a price point of like $1.2 million plus on a 15,000 square foot lot. So once you add in driveway, pool, patio, deck, you're hitting the max impervious square foot of all of those lots, if not going over it. The county staff has already recommended denial on a whole host of reasons, not the least of which being that they're already asking for 12 different variances. 12. And they've yet to even submit any building plans. So you can only imagine that we're going to be asking for more variances once we decide, well, this guy wants this addition to his house and this guy wants this, and where that's going to lead. If we don't enforce the rules as we have them, or at least a reasonable approach, why are we having them at all? Just a couple of the rules that they're asking for exemptions on is that the amount of space that they're, quote, conserving is under 35%. They're only conserving about 20% of that, which the county requires 35 or more to get the OSC designation. All of that space has to be continuous, which Mr. Hyro already admitted it's not. It's broken up to different spots around the property. And over 70% of the, again, quote, conserved area is made up of a lot of the floodplain and the Georgia Power easement. How is the Georgia Power easement conserving anything? I mean, it's great for my electricity, don't get me wrong, but we're not preserving the environment with that. A couple of the other issues are called out by the fire guys. One of the homes is further than 500 feet away from a fire hydrant. If that home catches on fire, good luck putting that out and good luck to the homes surrounding that. I'm not against development. I am a developer. I want to see development. I just want to see it done smartly and done correctly. Putting in 16, 17, whatever he's proposing at this point, homes is far too much for this area. Clackham Road is just not going to support that. And Clackham Road has been neglected, and, there's several rundown houses on there now, that should be developed. But that part that's R20 out next to Clackham Road and, was that Old Canton right there? He's taking a 1 acre lot, splitting that up into 3 or 4 different pieces that are all kind of a weird shape. How are we putting homes on that? Is that really the type of development that we want to cram in across this county? Lastly, the county zoning has requirements that if you're asking to make your zoning denser, all of the lots that are bordering less dense communities have to comply with those less dense regulations. They do that as kind of a buffer and transition, so that way you're not getting, townhomes right up next to, R30 or R40. Pretty much all of his lots border bigger lots than what he's asking for, and he's still trying to cram in those R15 lots on us.
Sir.
Yep.
Thank you so much. We have concluded the 10-minute time frame.
Thank you.
I will go ahead, if it's okay with Commissioner Dance, this is District 3, to give additional 2 more minutes for those 2 others in opposition. So we'll put 2 more minutes on the clock to be shared amongst the 2 of you for your comments.
Okay, thank you. My name is Deanna Anselmo, and I'm actually here representing our middle school, high schoolers who couldn't be here because of finals. Okay, so I had a crash course last night on I do nothing with this. I am a nurse anesthetist, and this is nothing in my scope. But the biggest concern, I think, is that I'm representing 51 residents who have signed the petition in a formal opposition to this development. And we're not here to be difficult. We're here because this proposal, in its current form, just defies common sense and basic safety. We're talking about squeezing homes into steep floodplains that directly can impact sewer easement and adjacent to an active creek. So here are preliminary concerns: the infrastructure and access. The site sits at the throat of our neighborhood, so I'm on Tabor Drive. And any destabilization to that steep slope is basically a disaster for us. We have one entrance and one exit. The environmental integrity, building just on top of the floodplain and drainage easement isn't just a risk for the new homeowners, it's a risk for everyone downstream. And then failure of process. This is the map that we had. We don't have a current map. We need time. We need time to review and time to discuss and time to ask for professionals to come in. Thank you.
I have been in this neighborhood since 1979. The area behind our house, our property goes back a ways, and the area behind that is a flood zone. And there are numerous wild animals back there. And, I don't know what they plan to do with all that, but I mean, there's deer, there's raccoons, there's all kinds of wild animals back there, and it's been a natural habitat.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry the time has expired. Can you tell me your name, please?
Nora, N-O-R-A, King, K-I-N-G.
Nora King. All right, thank you so much, Ms. King. We may be calling you back up, so you can go ahead and sit down for now. We'll turn it over to Commissioner Dance to lead our discussion, but, I'm sorry? Oh, that's right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Commissioner Massey. Because we did give an additional 2 minutes to our opposition, we would extend that to the applicants as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
The neighbors at Tabor Road, if you can put the exact same layout they present. My house right now is right next to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 houses. They are above ground. They're about 8 to 10 feet above my property. So water from my neighborhood or this subdivision will not affect their neighborhood at all. Actually, all the water coming from 1734, 1728, 1722, 1716, 1710, 1704 flooded my basement a couple of times. So I understand their concern because they have issues in their neighborhood, but this subdivision will not affect their subdivision. They are on a higher ground, so it's impossible. Water only runs one way. And then the flood zone, which is extremely important, about 4 acres, a little bit less, I think. It's just flood zone, but one of the parcels we're donating, I guess, it's the parcel 16. That's in flood zone, and nothing is going to be done there. Like I mentioned at the beginning, and they were right with that statement, we were proposing public road on top of the flood zone, but not anymore. The new layout is not proposing basically anything on the flood zone, with the exception of trails, green space, and a gravel road to access one single lot, which is across the sewer mill. I've been owning that property back there, which is, if you can help me out, see the lower property where the sewer mill, all that property there, I paid $5,000 taxes for that property with no use. And so now I'm living.
Time is expired. Yeah.
Okay, well, what I was trying to say that, I need access to that property.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks.
right, Commissioner Dance, I believe this is District 3, if you could lead our discussion.
Okay, if I could have Mr. Heath come forward.
Hello, Andrew Heath, Cobb County Stormwater Management.
Hi, can you give us your evaluation of this proposal?
Yes. I am glad to see they submitted a revised site plan. Previously, the plan was seeking an OSC, open space community. This is, I heard him say now he's just seeking straight R15. So under the R15, you're not trying to necessarily preserve, that is the intent of the R15, isn't necessarily to preserve green space and interconnected and achieve all these things that you were trying to do with OSC. On the other hand, you're not doing OSC at all. So your goal isn't to really preserve the green space. In thinking about this subdivision and the revised site plan, you have the grouping of, I believe it's 3 lots at the entrance there off Old Canton, and that's kind of one track to itself, and then you would drive down Clackham Road a little ways to the other track where the other lots are a little bit further down. Because they are not seeking OSC and they're not having to have, interconnect their green space and achieve all the goals of the OSC, still, this property has a big burden with, as you heard members of the opposition saying, with the floodplain there. And also, it's a little bit difficult to see on the site plan, but coming in from the north side of that parcel, there's a pretty substantial stream that is a tributary of Sewell Mill Creek that's coming in from the north side.
While you're talking, do we have a version of the site plan that
Yeah,
you could be speaking
you
from?
have the applicant's revised plan. Oh, there you go. Okay, he's got it. So this is the revised site plan. You can see
Did you review this before today?
Yes.
Okay.
And so you can see this, the 3 small lots up at the front, those are kind of detached from the other lots. And it isn't really clear, this is one of the things, just stepping through the issues. It isn't really clear how those 3 lots would have their stormwater management provided because they're detached from the rest of the development. So they would need to have something to provide their own stormwater there because it's basically like a separate subdivision. It's a separate parcel. So then as you continue down Clackham Road, yeah, thank you. You can sort of see, coming in from the north, that is the top, you can kind of see that sort of shaded area is approximately where the little stream is coming in from the north. And those little dashed blue lines kind of along the stream are where the stream buffer is along that stream. So right now, if you look at that's grouping of lots off the end of that cul-de-sac, you can see there's sort of an existing house there, and they're proposing to tear that house down now. But
Where is that?
Right, if you see where the end of the cul-de-sac is, directly off to the left, there's a little shape there, and that little shape is where there's an existing home on the property now. And that existing home, though, its driveway accesses back up to the north to that Shelley Drive to the north. So its driveway doesn't go back across the creek. It has a shared driveway with those other homes that accesses that home off the end of the cul-de-sac that would be demolished. So in thinking about this property and just kind of thinking about through the issues that they have here, there's a few issues in that. One, I would love to see that with this road, and maybe Wilson with DOT could speak to this, but we were discussing it earlier. I think maybe their goal was to have certain portions of this to be private, but I don't know if that's still the goal there now or not. But it would be preferable, instead of having that roadway and cul-de-sac go out into the stream buffer area and just fill that in, that the cul-de-sac end prior to that stream buffer area, and that same common driveway that's coming from Shelley Drive, just access those lots, if that's the way they were going to do it, just access those lots on that side of the stream so that they don't have to fill in that whole stream buffer region. That would be one preferable thing. But a bigger challenge really to the lot is They had some discussions, the applicant was saying, with zoning and some other folks about how to get access to that one lot that's all the way down at the southern tip. And I don't know if you can scroll down enough, they can see that. There's a lot, there you see, all the way down at the very bottom of the track, there's one lot down there. And so he's trying to get access to that. But in order to get access to it, originally that area was going to be divided into about 3 lots, as I remember. And so they were going to have to, well, let me back up and say the county code would require if you access more than one lot, then that roadway has to be built to county standards. So if they only do one lot, then the driveway, it could just be more of like a conventional driveway. It wouldn't have to be a county standard roadway back to that point. That would be helpful. However, you're still going to have a driveway to get to that one lot. And so a real challenge is that any driveway that you build that has to access that lot still has to cross through the Sewell Mill Creek floodplain. And so essentially the way the county would look at this, and this would be the case whether it was going through zoning or not, if someone wanted to build a driveway across the floodplain, very likely if we walk down in that floodplain area, it's not where you could drive a car. It's soft, it's squishy, it's muddy, you can't do that. So it would have to be built up and padded up so that it could be firm where you could support a vehicle. And you would have to have some series of pipes or a bridge or something over the stream itself to be able to get across the stream itself. But when you build the bridge, when you build the roadway, or let's call it a driveway, there to access that lot, it effectively forms kind of like a dam across Sewell Mill Creek. So that area would have to be analyzed with a flood study to determine if they were going to, or if that driveway that they were going to build was going to cause the water upstream basically to back up. And by back up, you wouldn't have as much capacity, if you will. If you build kind of a dam across the stream, you can't get as much water downstream as quickly, so the rest of the water has to back up upstream. So just counties, like I say, regardless of zoning, the county's ordinances won't allow you to do that. So we would say, no, you can't do that. I heard someone mention that maybe in times past, someone had investigated that and they may have run into that same issue. The subdivision that's to the left of this, the name is escaping me, but that's the road that has the Tabor Drive in it that the opposition was saying. I've forgotten the name of the subdivision right now. But there are actually 2 lots on the south side of that stream that it's right in that area, but they're actually accessed off the end of that other road. I believe it's called Daffodil, if I remember. So there's not a stream, there's not a bridge or anything that crosses over Sewell Mill Creek, because they had that same issue. They couldn't easily access across Sewell Mill Creek, so they had to access off Daffodil Drive. So really, in my mind, the best idea, and I don't know who that individual is who lives there or owns that property now, but the most ideal way would be to find a way to access that lot from this side without having to cross through Sewell Mill Creek. Because I feel like, you know, without doing any design work or anything, once you clear for the driveway, you build the driveway, you bring the soil in, you go through all the flood study, it's probably going to show that it doesn't work. And so the only way you can make it work is to stop filling that in and making it a dam, which means you're going to have to convert it into some sort of a bridge. And your bridge is going to cost more than the house is going to cost. So it makes the lot uneconomic unless you could access it from the south side. And that would kind of be the ideal situation. Now, there isn't really any direct immediate access from that south side, so they might have to get an easement if the property owner was amenable to it there on the south side to somehow access that one lot. But that one lot on the south side is really, it's really a challenge to get to without causing, you know, a backup of floodwaters, the way I see it, off-site. And so, and the county's ordinance wouldn't allow that to happen. So that south lot would need a little bit more thinking to see, you know, if it could be done. And then really, as I mentioned, the design up there where the cul-de-sac is on this revised plan, that could probably be rethought to minimize the impact into that buffer, the stream buffer area, and kind of get a better design on the upper side. If they could do that, it would actually cost the developer less money. The roadway would be shorter. They wouldn't have to have a lot of fill. This plan doesn't show it, but in order to bring the roadway into that area where the stream is, even if that doesn't cause a backup in the floodplain, it's still going to require a lot of fill material, and it isn't clear where they're going to get all that fill material. So yes, you can show something on paper, but realistically, do you have the 10,000 cubic yards of fill that it would take to do that? Maybe not. So that's another challenge, that just keeping that cul-de-sac away to the east and accessing those homes through that same shared driveway might be a better design. It would certainly be less impactful, and it would have the side effect of preserving more of those areas that are just very difficult to develop there, where the floodplain and the stream buffers are. But overall, this plan is kind of, I think, moving in the right direction. I think the previous plan had 20-something lots, and this is, I've forgotten the exact number of this plan, but this is a reduction of lots. And
Yeah,
there
can
is,
we see that other site plan? Is that new? Will the whole thing fit on the page?
Yeah, can you zoom out so we can see the full? There we go.
and I think, yeah.
I
So-
believe 17 lots, is that correct?
Yeah, this is the revised plan. And so with this plan, the road ends at that cul-de-sac there, kind of right in the middle of the stream buffer, and then just a driveway goes to that far south parcel, whereas before, the entire roadway turned and went south down to that parcel. So this is definitely moving in the right direction, I think.
Does anybody have any specific questions?
No, very thorough, thank you, Andrew.
If it's, if the board decides to hold, if you'd like for us to meet with the applicant, I haven't met with the applicant directly, so we might be able to meet and maybe kind of tweak it a little bit if we want to do that as well.
You say you have not met with him previously?
No.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. If we could have the applicant step forward. Hi. So I'm interested in your response to his comments about your site plan and some of the hurdles that need to be overcome in order to develop it.
We studied the access through Shelley Court, but we only have an easement there. We don't, we have an easement to access the entire property, but for one house. So when we ask the neighbor to.
And can you tell me real quick?
Yes,
Where is your
Um,
residence on this?
You know where the Shelley, yeah, right there. So there's an easement there that allow me to get to my property. Yeah, I wish I have access, to 3 lots there. It's not the case. We try to negotiate with the next door neighbor. He allow us to access for one house, not, for 3 or 4 or whatever. So we will, it's a great idea, but I don't see that possible at this point. And, but we can talk about it. I'm open for different options. But again, it's just an easement. And then the access to the bigger lot across the street from Sewell Mill Creek. Right now, the Georgia Power and a bunch of utility trucks, they go in there every so often to do maintenance. It is a flood zone, but I've never seen water paddling there. So, and the trucks go in and out. So based on my 6 years of experience living there, and I'm not an engineer or anything like that, I thought it was possible to have a gravel road and build a bridge and cross the sewell mill. I would love to explore that probability, but I'm here to also listen to all the authorities' expertise and do the right thing.
Do you have a engineering expert with respect to?
No, we were talking about that today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you open to acquiring your engineering expert and then meeting with staff?
Absolutely, yes. ma'am.
Okay,
Yeah.
and exploring that and
Mhm.
exploring whether this is the right proposal to bring to us?
Yeah.
Because right now it doesn't feel like it's the right
Yeah,
one?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Are you also interested will you also, consider reducing the number of units that you're proposing? Because it sounds as if there are a lot of properties that we're trying to fit on this property that already has challenges within itself. So it might make sense to think about reducing the number of properties proposed so as to provide appropriate access, and it might mitigate some of the issues that are currently being discussed.
Yeah, we went from 20 lots to 20 parcels to 17, but only 15 lots are buildable. So 2 of the parcels are green space. So it's 20 versus 15. Can we go any lower? Yes, but it'll make the subdivision not possible. It's almost 12 acres, and at 15, we're kind of right at the limit as far as investment, budgeting and everything. This is the best we could come up with after talking to neighbors and planning and zoning. I will say that the lot across from Sewell Mill, there is a good possibility we cannot build it because the expense of the bridge and everything. I agree 100%, but that's the lot that my wife and me like the most. So. We've been living there 6 years, and one of her conditions is we need to stay here, and that she likes that lot is private and everything. So that's why we're kind of, wanted to do it. But as far as investment goes, it makes no sense whatsoever.
So you mentioned you just purchased the southern lot, which is 1608-170160, that parcel. When you acquired it, did it come with any kind of easements or right of access?
Which one is that again?
The southern one that, it's where all your
That-
flood is.
That one, we bought that one about 6 years ago, 5 years ago, something like that.
So how did you access it?
And thank you, yes. Yeah, I didn't address that. I apologize for that. There is no access. There is actually an easement to get into that property.
From?
I think it's, no, just make it smaller, please. Yeah.
It's the.
Yeah, hold on. We're 1471 down there. I think 1471 or 1469. We do have an easement somewhere there, or 1674. But
So
yes.
easement exists to access off
Well,
of Brook Cliff Drive?
We went back to records, try to do a bunch of research here in Cobb County, but there is some old easement there, but the owner of the property will not allow us to go through, period.
Is the easement valid?
I don't know the
Do you see
details.
where I'm going with that? Because
Yeah.
if you bought a property that came with an easement, you should be able to use your easement.
Yes, yes.
If you bought a property that, it would feel weird to buy a landlocked property.
There is a lot of backstory to it, but.
There always is. There
Yeah,
always
yeah.
is. But
I
I'm
don't
just
know
saying,
that- yeah.
it would be worth your time and dollars to invest in fully flushing out the easement.
We already got lawyers involved and everything, and I don't know the specifics to explain it. I cannot get too technical about it, but it was impossible to go through that easement. Actually, the owner of the property already has a garden and landscaping and everything, so
I mean,
It's an issue there, yeah. But we can explore that possibility again,
Okay.
yeah.
and then the same for the other. So your house currently sits where we see the number 1788, correct? That's you?
Yes, correct.
Okay. So the easement that you have, you said from Shelley Court, it is in writing that you have an easement?
Oh, yeah, that's a good
Okay,
one,
and it's
yeah.
legal?
Yeah.
But it's only for one home, is that right?
Correct, yeah. And I have an amazing relationship with my neighbor, yeah, he's great, but one house is enough, that's what he says.
Okay.
Well, I was just going to add to Commissioner Dance, she talked about getting your engineering expertise, coming back with a good plan. I would also encourage you to go ahead and explore the Georgia Power transmission easement, because that may not get you access and all that. So constructing a more well-thought-out plan and getting your expertise, sounds like you've already done a lot, but I think, you know, before you come back, if that's what we do, is to continue or hold, then that would be the best case, is to have done the additional things, because there's quite a number of layers as far as your challenges, as well as, of course, you know, the thought of the existing neighbors not being pleased with what could possibly happen here. So there's a lot of pieces to this particular story. So of course, you know, doing the additional due diligence with every layer would be something I would suggest. Yes.
I would also suggest in that same vein that you hire an architect and start to put some thought into what those houses look like. Some of the lots that you're proposing don't feel compatible with a house. So while you're exploring, explore all avenues.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, so your request is for R15 now, is that right? For both of these parcels? I mean, so you have two parcels that are separated, that one that's the R20 and one that's the R30, is that right?
There's four parcels. yeah.
Where's the others?
It's where the floodplain is, that's the same.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, but these two that are separated, the one that just has the three,
Yeah. On Clapham Road, yeah.
is that moving to an R15 because the configuration of three requires it to be R15?
Yeah,
Okay. And the other one would be R15 too,
correct.
you think?
Yes.
Right, okay.
I'm sorry. I should have asked this question, do you mind? How is Georgia Power accessing this easement? You said they drive their trucks in. Where are they coming from? Are they coming from the Tabor Road side? Like, how are they getting their trucks there? They're coming through the Tabor Road easement side and coming down the hill over there? Okay.
I didn't understand what you were commenting.
I was just, you mentioned that the Georgia Power trucks,
Yeah.
you find them down there often?
Yeah.
I was just wondering how they got there, but it sounds like they're coming from Tabor Road.
Yeah, that's an access they have, and they also have access through the same easement I use from Shelley Court. Yeah.
Anybody else have questions for him? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Peterson, can you provide us with staff's analysis?
Well, the staff analysis was for when they were asking for R15 OSC. You know, they amended their application with a note on the site plan to R15. So we didn't do a new analysis on it because we just got it last Monday. But as the applicant stated, you know, some of the lots are not buildable on. Like lots 16 and 17 have no public road frontage, so they'd be tough to build on. Lot number 8 on the new plan looks like it's all floodplain, so that would be either a park or unbuildable. And then, you know, we also had concerns with the stormwater management, you know, impacting that stream buffer. And then also, you know, it's not really been addressed, but DOT comments really are going to require the entire road to be upgraded, and even the parts that they don't own. So I'm not sure if they can do this project. But the staff rec on the R15 OSC was to deny it.
Okay, but that's not where, we're kind of living in a different space right now. So if the applicant conferred with staff and, came up with another plan, would your staff be able to conduct a new analysis for the next time we consider this at this meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Does that sound good to people? Okay, all right. Any further questions anyone has of Mr. Peterson? Okay. Anybody want to talk to anybody else on staff? Okay, so at this time, I make a motion. The motion would be to hold this application, to ask for Mr. Murillo to meet with staff and to walk through all these things and see as to the feasibility of your project and see if you can come up with a plan, and then for staff then to analyze that plan and present those findings to us before that meeting. So I'm thinking that's at least 2 meetings from now. Does that sound fair? Does that sound like that would give you enough time? That's, what is that? So where was? July? At our-
7th.
July 7th.
July 7, at the July 7 meeting, so you can work with staff on all those kind of things and your own engineer or whomever you retain. Is that clear to you? Okay, all right, that's my motion then.
All right, do we have a second? Second. We have a second from Commissioner Micheletto. Any discussion? Call the question. And Z 17 is held 5-0. Thank you very much. Any additional cases?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. You wanted one more, didn't you? You wanted one more. All right, so we do have one additional thing. We have the minutes from our past zoning hearing and work session.
I make a motion to approve all applicable minutes.
Okay, we have a
Second.
motion to approve and a second from Commissioner Micheletto. Any discussion? Call the question. And minutes are approved 5-0. At this time, that concludes our May 5th zoning hearing. Have a great day.